The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with a cold hard hatred.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. whilst my eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Oh my God, it's a Sunday gathering and we're going to tear the world wide open. Feature stories today: Biden will win the election. Misha Petrov, enormous victory. Jamaal Bowman angers the Jews. Iceland freezes the Venezuelans. The go-free lesson of the day are the MPs. It's about white power. And the inverse, it's not about race. Your comments, calls, questions, and Twitter space. And then there's this. A man called the front desk from his hotel room. He said, "Come quick. I had a big fight with my wife and she wants to jump out the window." The operator replied, "Sir, it's after hours. You've reached maintenance. Sounds like you having a personal issue. Let me call security." And the man interrupted. "No, it's not personal. It is maintenance. The damn window won't open." Typical American relationship. In fact, I think all across the West. Welcome. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are across from Mordor on the Potomac. It's wonderful to see everybody who has joined me here for this Going Free Gathering Sunday, where we liberate our people from the oppressive anti-whiteism, where we get fired up, we get excited, and we have a week full of victories. We learn here. It is not just about me giving some entertainment over the course of the gathering, but I will give you some entertainment over the course of the gathering, at least to the best of my ability. Although what we main focus on is learning, and therefore, so that we can go into the week and conquer all of the anti-white opposition in our lives. If on the microcosmic scale we can have victory, then we can replicate and we can scale and we can have victory across the totality of Western civilization, which is what we are showing. Everything that we have predicted coming true, and it is glorious to have you all here with me. We are the anomaly in the matrix. Think about how wonderful that is. The anomaly in the matrix. We have people who are our people we like, people who are our friends, and they're out there in the world and they're talking to everybody else. They're interviewing them, and those people are having no success. But we here are having the enormous success. My friends, Misha, we love Misha. Mwah. We had the debates that just happened. It's going to be a very exciting gathering here today. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, including Jamaal. You remember Jamaal? He said, I'm gonna just pull the fire alarm. Jamaal not getting any trouble because he's anti-white. We're going to get to that in a minute, though. Before we roll forward, it looks like all of the platforms are up and running. You can financially get me. If you would like to do so, please do so. Reach on out to the monitors in front of me on Entropy, up and running. Glorious to see everyone there. Over here on D Live, up and running with their cryptocurrency. Odyssey, they've got a cryptocurrency and cash dollars. Rumble as well is up and running. No more than $1 there, please. Cash App working as well. Subscribe star working as well. If you'd like to gift on a monthly basis, you would like to have a gift just come out to yours truly without you even having to think about it because your lives are so busy, you could do so at Subscribestar. You could do so at Gumroad. There are options there. You can head on over to the financial gift link at nowhyguilt.org, nowhyguilt.org. You click on that and you can find those monthly options for financial gifting. You can also financially gift with cryptocurrency. There are some wallets over there under that financial gift tab and a snail mail address. And our newest option, of course, if you would like to make a financial gift that is tax deductible, please head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com or .org. Both of those are options, and make sure you specify on the financial gift that it is in honor of yours truly, Jason Köhne, No White Guilt, whatever that may be, and we will make sure that it reaches me. Those are for tax-deductible financial gifts. Otherwise, if you would like to tag me over the course of this gathering, questions, comments, or concerns, I'm sure there'll be some disagreement. I know we have hate watchers as well. They show up from time to time. I think they're also called jealousy watchers. They're not really, they're hating out of their jealousy because they're me-nots. They're like, they're not Jason. And so they hate the world. They hate the world. Or they're the female version, the me-neithers. I didn't get him either. Shit. If you would like to make a comment or question directed at yours truly, whether friend or foe, you can tag me as No White Guilt across all of the platforms. I'll be watching on all the platforms I just named where you can reach me, but I will also be taking a look at Twitter on the thread and also Twitter on the comments. On Twitter, just make sure that you are tagging me and I will see what you have to say. And of course, on YouTube, and I see the champions have already shown up here on YouTube. Wonderful to see you all. A glorious, is the video coming through well? Is the audio coming through well? We're going to be talking about Joe Biden, Donald Trump, and that debate on Thursday. What a cacophonous mess. What a mumbling, bumbling, cacophonous mess it was, and yet very amusing, even though I couldn't understand a damn word at the beginning. But we're going to be getting to that after we talk about Jamaal Bowman. What's going on, Jamaal? Who would think that a large black guy standing on top of a stage in a T-shirt, Fetterman style, and shorts, and swinging a chair over his head, I mean, doing nothing for the stereotype, swinging a chair, or I'm sorry, a stool over his head, and using nothing but a string of expletives, would not make it through his primary. Who would think? In all honesty, though, he would have made it through his primary if he had just kept focusing his invective and his hatred on white people. That would have been fine. But what's happening is the anti-whites, and we've talked about it quite a little bit. We'll continue talking about it. If you're new here, you've got a lot to learn, but you're welcome. We will free you from the trammels of the anti-white narrative where they control your thought. They control your thinking, and we liberate you from that so you can think on your own finally. What's happening with the anti-whites in the West is increasingly they are including Jews as part of white people. And of course, Jews are not part of white people. They are another group of people. They're non-white people, another group of people. And the anti-whites, though, their movement, their ideology, their phenomenon that is anti-whiteism is increasingly dark-skinned non-white. And they, of course, are, as a consequence, seeing light-skinned individuals, whether they are white or not, and primarily Ashkenazi Jews. But who knows? Maybe even one of these days it will reach even light-skinned Asians will be thrown in. Very light-skinned Asians might get thrown into the white race category, the villain category. But really what's happening here is Jamaal including Jewish people. And what happens is white people are isolationists in the extreme. We're selfish individualists. We won't stand together. We won't fight for each other's well-being to attain individual well-being. But a percentage of Jewish people will do that for each other. And it's a wonderful thing to see it happen because it lets us know that we can behave that way too. Although we have a lot of things in the way preventing us from quite getting there. We're working on it, though. We're making the changes in the world, and you're welcome. They'll be able to look back and they'll say, the descendants, next generation, the generation after, they'll be saying, those were the people who had figured it out. And everyone else, all their contemporaries, were just dumbass bitches. We're just dumb shits. Pardon my French, but that's the reality. They are dumb shits. Representative Jamaal Bowman, vocal Israel critic and squad member, loses primary. And people, here is the wrong take. The wrong take from this is Jews control the world. That's the wrong take. That's from the Jews group, and that's about all they can say. They play with Play-Doh, they drool all over themselves, and they say, the Jews controlled everything. No, what you're seeing here is a magnificent phenomenon that happens in the bodies of all the other races of man. It just doesn't happen in white people, and it's something that we have to fix. And that is there needs to be a percentage of white people that endeavors to achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being. So that when you insult or you attack or you mock or you ridicule, you do any of these things for white people, you at a university and you decide to have some protests about white people and how awful they are, then white people come from the other side of the planet, as far flung as the other side of the planet. Maybe they come from down the street. They don't know any white kiddies at the school, but they're going to fly in. They're going to bring their wealth. They're going to bring their money, and they're going to say, no, you are not going to demonize the white children at this school. That doesn't happen now, but it does happen with Jewish people. And it is a wonderful thing that they do and that can be done by the different groups of man. So when you condemn, when you say that working together is something condemnable, you can't imitate it. What's happened here is primarily Bowman has been hard on the new part of the white race, as he would see it, the Ashkenazi Jews. And he's decided to badmouth, to disparage, and he's trying to do, isn't this funny? This is like going back to the 1980s. You're seeing these non-white, anti-whites essentially making the same argument that white conservatives made back in the 80s, which is I'm just against Israel. I'm not against Jewish people. There's a difference. It's not anti-Semitic to be against. Everybody remembers, we just showed you Trafficant. Massey is not new. These conversations about Israel, about AIPAC are old as the days are long, and they're not new. They were on primetime television to a much wider America, to a much wider West. They were talking about it. And so what happened then? Oh, that's right. Crickets. So it's not new. It's definitely not revolutionary. It's not cutting edge unless you consider Trafficant and others who were on primetime television, elected representatives. Unless you're considering them cutting edge today, which would be amusing. It would be amusing for all these sniggering losers out there to say, "Oh, you're not as hip or as with it, because this is the most with it thing now is to say AIPAC is really that's the most with it thing. You inbred little dipshit." Jamaal Bowman, NBC projects Westchester County Executive George Latimer defeated Bowman after a bitter and expensive Democrat race in New York's 16th district. Now, this was, I have read elsewhere, the most expensive primary in American history. More money spent on this primary than any other primary in American history. That's what I read on Establishment News. If that's incorrect, then please correct me if you have contradictory information. progressive. In other words, anti-white. In other words, anti-white monster, Representative Jamaal Bowman. Jamaal WLK says nothing petrifies anti-whites more than those who go free. Yes, absolutely. Big salutes to you, my friend. 100%. 100% anti-whites. The anti-whites, the devious, the ones at the top, the ones who are bright enough, they know that anti-whiteism is the antidote to, or knows that going free is the antidote to anti-whiteism. So they don't have a chance. Jamaal Bowman suffered a primary defeat Tuesday to a moderate challenger who was backed by pro-Israel groups, NBC News projected, following a bitter and expensive race that exposed the party's divisions over the war in Gaza, which is virtually over, right? It's not a war, in my opinion, any more than if the American military went to war against like MS-13. That's like the equivalent of the war. And needless to say, MS-13 has killed and raped and murdered and bludgeoned and beaten and terrorized more white people than were terrorized in Israel on October 7. So it would be more warranted for the American government. And boy, I would just relish that. My gosh, go after them. Wouldn't that be something? You got like the APCs roll in, fully auto minigun on top, just mowing through their shanty shit houses, watching the fucking chickens from their chicken fighting, guts and feathers from the chickens and whatever else is in their pit bulls and whatever else, just going everywhere in the streets, maybe break out the cannon on the front of the M1A2. Pow! Nothing but carnage, splinters and guts. That would be warranted, wouldn't it? Let's see it. MS-13. Bro. Yeah, that gang was real tough until they were tough, weren't they? All right. The race between Bowman and Winchester, bitter 25 million, according to the ad tracking firm, more than any other House primary in history. This article actually says it as well. Nearly 15 million of that spending came from the United Democracy Project, a super PAC linked to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, a powerful pro-Israel lobby which backed Latimer. So, look, they're going that far. They're outright saying it. Look, this is but yeah, you're not allowed to lobby on behalf of a foreign government. Oh, well, that's what happens when you have a people a percentage of whom work together for individual well-being by way of group well-being. And they have resources, they have connections. If the white race did that, that would be something powerful. Well, how do we get the white race there to do that, Jason? That would be something, wouldn't it? How do we get? Well, we've actually developed tools to accomplish that. And we are promulgating them. And we just had Misha Petrov take another step up into the glorious annals of history, ladies and gentlemen, participating in changing the world, because bitching and griping, and no matter how many Jews' names you know, or Jew organizations, Jewish-run organizations, whatever it is, or you want to bitch about Black Lives Matter or whatever it is, never accomplishes anything for white people. There are audiences out there. You'll get rich. You'll get famous. People will be happy if you have such people on your show for interview, but you won't change the world. We're the people doing that. With 84% of the vote in as of Wednesday morning, Latimer led Bowman by a wide margin. He crushed him. Isn't that something in this district, that they can roll into this anti-whites district and they can break out the big bucks? And so this tells you a couple things. First of all, it's relevant to us who are going free, because we are looking at the event horizon. We are seeing it become increasingly visible on our horizon. It's becoming discernible, increasingly discernible. And there will be these little moments when it flares and is a little bit more apparent. This moment when the different, they would call themselves victims, we call themselves privileged groups, and this would be all non-white people, and then some of these Decepticons and whatever else out there is getting included. I guess if you're attracted to your own sex, many of those people will still be included. When they begin to turn on each other more so than on Western kind. Now, for dumb people, midwittery out there, the midwittery is going to say, oh, that'll be good. No, that will be the end for us. That will be the end. We will be nothing but tools of the anti-white, non-white vying powers at that point, wiped completely away. They'll do away with propagandizing us. There'll be no reason to tell us anymore about how bad we are in order to white guilt us to lower our guard. We will just be the meat to be fed into the machinery, and any resistance at that point will be to the camps with you, to the jails with you, to the prisons with you. So we have to prevent that moment from reaching, or we have to be so powerfully situated when it arrives that we can take advantage of all of those opportunities and recapture, talk about the 11th hour and the final seconds of our existence, our possibility to control our destiny. We don't want to get there. We want to reach our brothers and sisters well in advance, so that when it comes time for things like debates, even at the presidential level, the candidates will have to initially give us lip service and say things like, anti-whiteism is wrong. You shouldn't condemn white people on the basis of their birth. They shouldn't be kept out of work. They shouldn't be kept out of promotion. They shouldn't be kept out of government contract. They should be allowed to have their own dating sites. They should be allowed to have their own churches. They should be allowed. They're like any other group of people. We get there by way of the lexical dialectical armory that we provide you with the Go Free method. That is one of the big reasons for sharing this. Another big reason for sharing this story about Jamaal Bowman swinging a stool over his head, not doing anything for the stereotype. Ma effers. Yes, American politics today. You remember we used to be in white men of the West. They would do things like fight. They would slap each other in the face with gloves, and they would duel to the death. They would fight with swords, even daggers to the death. I mean, not Bowman, but Bowie. Why don't you go ahead and look up the Bowie knife in Tennessee and that massive brawl that ended up happening. It was supposed to be a duel, and ended up with the participants going at it. And so we got no problems there. We'll do that. But we also know that we are going to have a legitimate, what mirrors our projection of our biosphere into the world, what we would refer to as a legitimate and ordered operation as best as the human animal can achieve for our people, for our race, i.e. Western civilization. But now we have, I don't ever recall, maybe it's happened, a white man swinging a stool over his head, ever, and getting, I don't know, maybe that's happened, but somebody will have to point it out for me. I kind of doubt it. I would kind of question the racial lineage of such a person. The other thing that's really important here is that money in politics wins. This is something I've tried to communicate to the mid-wittery, the midget-wittery, the uber-mid-wittery, the sub-genius. They just can't get it. We're the only people that gets it. Forget about politics. Forget about it. There's no violence and there's no voting to get us out of this. There's no culture to get us out of this. There's no enclaving, no hiding out in some rolling hills of somewhere as though there is still some place to hide out anymore. There is no cravening off into the hills and everything is going to be better. We have to empower a large enough percentage of the white population, the Westman population, with the go free stratagem, the white positive moral imperative contained therein, designed over decades in keeping with the tools of the scientific method and the genius that Western kind has bred through me and therefore for the white race to be the tools with which we combat and defeat the anti-white narrative and the anti-white immoral moral imperative that we are inflicted with. When we defeat that moral imperative for God's sake, everything else becomes possible, dipshits. Dipshits! It all becomes pinheads, boneheads, Muppet people out there. It all becomes possible. Nothing is possible before then. Nothing. You're not building anything. No political resistance, no violent resistance, no cultural resistance. I mean, for sake, I should pull up. Maybe I will. There was just a country music concert with, I don't know, tens and tens and tens of thousands, entire stadium full, and they're cheering. Yeah. The cheering is loud and they're cheering, they're wailing, and there's just excitement everywhere. Because why? Because Hawkta Girl is on the stage. Are you kidding me? Hawkta Girl. They found her. She's on the stage. The country music stars were like, yeah, get me the girl who talks. I'm sorry for my French. Turn down the volume for a second. The girl who talks about spitting on cock. Yeah. Before she blows it. Find that one. That's the one we want to put on the stage. Now, tons of sex appeal. She looks great on the stage. I mean, she's got Daisy Dukes that would make Daisy blush. I mean, that's the Daisy Duke. She's looking good up on the stage. Don't get me wrong. I'm totally noticing, okay? But she is a vulgar, nasty gutter. And it's not even, she could have been joking, right? She could have, in a disgusting joke, right? This is not the girl you'd bring home or you'd want to have your, children, right? Ugh, disgusting, right? Not that, but I mean, she could have been joking. The problem is in the population. You're going to go to this population. These same people that are there for Hawkta Girl have Jesus Lives on the bumper sticker. They attend Catholic Mass 14 days a week. I mean, these same people, they're out there on their knees in front of Joel Osteen, and they're reaching into their pocket as they've climbed out of their shanty house. They're reaching and they're fine. I got a couple of coins, and they can't get close enough to the castle one of the castles that Joel Osteen lives in. But Joel has politely provided them with a crossbow that they can load their coins into and fire up at the property so he can get them and count them and bathe naked in the coinage. Okay? That's that same population are like, Hawkta Girl. The place should have been emptied when this girl and what she represents gets on the stage. All right? So you're not going to push back against any of that shit until you address the anti-white moral imperative that defeated Christianity, defeated Catholicism, defeated atheism, defeated science, defeated everything. The only thing that defeats anti-whiteism is the go-free lexical dialectical power that we provide here to you. So when you look out at the world and the Bowmans here, circling back to make my point, circle back, Jen Psaki style. She sounds like she's from like some sort of Japanese movie, martial arts movie. Jen Psaki, circle back. Wheel spinning wheel kick. Jen Psaki. We're circling back. And what you need to know, money, politics, money wins. Shit walks. Money talks. Shit walks. So it's what Jason has said since I was a very young man. I said, you're not going to win where they can buy ads galore. They can buy more ads. They can buy more time. And this is not even talking about what the anti-whites who own these companies or who manage or managing editors and etc. It's not even, that makes it worse. You bring that into the equation, it makes it worse. When they can buy up more than you can, then they can question what you are going to be up to and where you came from. Anything, they win. That's how politics work. That's what democracy is. A giant shit-showing farce is what democracy is. So they roll up in here into this guy's universe where swinging a stool over your head and saying, "Mo haga," gets you 100% of the votes. They roll in there and he goes back to the well. He gets out his stool and starts swinging it overhead and starts MFing everywhere. And he loses. So let's stop playing these childish games. Speaking to a room full of his supporters Tuesday night, Bowman conceded defeat to his opponents. They put that in quotes. Why is that? Oh, instead of opponent, they got, well, yeah, because obviously, most likely a nod to big spending groups. But he vowed that the broader fight for humanity and justice would go on. He's seen too many Marvel movies. Here's your superhero. What's his kryptonite? Don't say it. Don't say it. It will have to be deleted from the live chat. But think it. Go ahead and think it. The fight, the broader fight for humanity and justice would go on. Quote, this race was never about me and me alone. It was never about this district and this district alone. It was always about all of us. I mean, this sounds like a Fuentes talk. Bowman said at the Grand Roosevelt Ballroom in Yonkers. Now, our opponents, not opponents, may have won this round. So in other words, the dudes. This is the multiracial Jewish spurging, Jewish hating the Jew movement. There it is. Here's one of your leading figures. The dudes may have won this round at this time, in this place. Come on, man. You lost. Loser. A loser. That's what you are. You're a loser. Stop with this. Maybe on this day, at this moment, in this time, at this 1 second, in this one period in history, I lost. Come on. Talk about trying to qualify the loss to make himself feel better. He does the same thing in the bedroom. But this will be a battle for our humanity and justice for the rest of our lives. Wow. These people actually think. When I hear this stuff and I'm ridiculing them, they really have no idea like what's going on in the world. You really have to. I pause at times. I catch myself and I'm like, wait, Jason. You are looking at the world beneath you. And all of these tards are contained there. It's like a big tard factory. It's like a tard farm. Instead of an ant farm, it's a tard farm. And they're all contained in the tard farm. Anti-white narrative written at the top of it, tard farm. And they're just going about, most of them lazy, some of them working. And then you have these people who have risen. They have sprouted wings and flown up and been liberated by the Go Free stratagem. And they're up here and we're looking down. And I often forget that I'm looking down on all of these tards in this maze, in this trap, in this story. And that's their world. That's their world. So like I get to laughing to the point that tears are coming out of my eyes. Like when he's talking, like he literally is living in a movie. Hollywood is his, television is his real living story. I mean, can you imagine that? Where are the real people? It's like I was watching a video of a guy who was out in the woods and he was taking a hike and he came across some rancher's cattle. The cows, no bulls present, the cows, they're tagged. And the cows are kind of walking over. And if you know anything about cows, they're always interested. They're like, there's a person. Let's go check him out. Every time. It doesn't matter. You could be a little person, as they like to be called now. You could be a big, great big person. You could have be India, like 5 arms, God from India. It doesn't matter. You could be just nubs. That's all you could be. Just a couple of nubs. And cows will be totally fascinated with you. They will all run over to you to want to see what you're doing and who you are and can they help and can they get a pet on the nose. That's what cows do, right? This idiot is out in the woods and he started trying to bear mace, horrified, bear mace the cows, running from them, yelling, throwing his arms over his head, and the cows are like, what the f is wrong with you? The whole time. I wish there had been a bull that had been very angry and horny. And this was guy looking like a new member of the herd. Why couldn't that have happened? That's the world this guy lives in. These people, we have to remember, these people live in fiction as their real world. And in fiction, what happens in the movies? What happens in the TV show? Well, the hero just gets up and he's like, this is a battle for humanity. And lightning strikes. And then all of a sudden, bing, it's him winning. He's winning. Now he's giving his speech. He's like, yeah, we won, the battle for humanity. That is where they're living. They have no idea. I mean, how can you look at the success of group action? Look at the white race, looking at the success of group action, and then demonizing group action. I mean, are you absolute? And the libertarians, they have to be the densest bunch of all. You can look out at the world everywhere and these people, they're a great example. There's many good libertarians out there, but a lot of they leave and they come here. They eventually leave. But that's the best example. That community is the best example of how you can get a human being can become just fabulously educated and be dumb as a mother. Bowman, fill it in. You could be dumb as all hell, but super educated. Know and the memory, just capacious memory, wandering over tomes, just totally capacious memory, but at the same time, absolutely vapid and vacuous in the brain. There's just nothing there but the ability to draw up information that you've learned. Can't think whatsoever. You can look out at the world and you can see group activity. Group action always defeats individuals, always. And they're unable to see that a group of selfish individualists are still individualists that can be bought off, that can be easily separated, that can be divided in numerous ways. How in the are people this? I swear. It's like every day that goes by, I realize how much lower they are. I don't know that I necessarily get any higher in my estimation, but they certainly get lower in my estimation. One of Congress' fiercest critics of Israel is the first incumbent Democrat lawmaker to lose a primary this election cycle, and the first member of the so-called squad of anti-white lawmakers of color, and there he goes, that meme pathogen, anti-white slur, excluding us from humanity, to be ousted from power since the group formed in 2018. There have been, and we're going to go ahead and move on, there have been others. And if you are an industrious person, you want to go take a look around for yourself, you can find that there have been many others that AIPAC and other such organizations over the years have decided, don't like that politician, going to pull him down, going to take him down. You know who else does? Who else endeavors to do that sort of thing? Every lobbying group. It just so happens that when it comes to white people and their lobbying groups, that they're this selfish individualist, the energy is made out of the fraternity of the group, which is it's not going to work. It doesn't survive. It's not going to be able to compete. A group that's based on something other than biospirit is not going to be able to compete with groups that are based on biospirit. For the love of God. For the love of God. So, I mean, you can think about the NRA. You can think about, could you imagine an NRA, National Rifle Association, that was based on the biospirit of the West? So in other words, the white people came together for the good of white people, specifically for our right to self-defense, but for the good of white people and our creations, our norms, meaning the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the government of the United States, the sovereignty of the United States, the rights of the citizens of the United States, whether white or non-white. Could you imagine the power of NRA then? No, they come together on the basis of this fraternity. We all like guns. We are for gun rights. And what happens? They lose a lot. They lose with a right that should be the easiest one to defend. The right to self-defense should be you should walk over everybody with that right. Just easily. Who would have you should easily. But instead, it's this arduous, losing, slow sliding down the mountain, losses in their contests. That's because of what it's based on. It's based on everybody's enjoyment of gun rights instead of based on the biospirit of Western kind and our right to self-defense, concretized by the Second Amendment. And here I am in total obscurity. The answer's in obscurity. Well, what do you have to think about all this, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen of the West, what do you have to think about it? What do you think about Bowman? What do you think about anything I said? What do you think about the debate on Thursday? Did you watch the debate? Were you chagrined? Did you laugh? Did it make you sad? Who do we have here? The great Slaughtz is in the house. If I didn't think this community was an exception, I would be incredulous about others' stupidity. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, this community, special forces, advanced placement. That's what this community is for. Nobody else. And you notice people cycle in, cycle out on the basis of their abilities, don't they? They cycle in, they're like, oh boy, it's getting a little it's like they drop a class, they get involved. Special needs is what the rest of the world is. Special needs everywhere. I'll debate any of them. They won't debate. They won't even talk to me. Because who would want to talk to somebody who would absolutely mop the floor with them? The only kind of person that would want to have a debate, an argument, a discussion, or is somebody who just wants to come up and throw a bunch of slanders, a bunch of baseless accusations. I think he rapes Bambi. I think he's got an actual deer. No, not a dancer, an actual deer. And I think he rapes her. At least that's what I heard. Yeah, who told you that? Aryan Cloudhopper told me. Well, who's that? I don't actually know. It's an anonymous account, but it's got a lot of Third Reich imagery on it. Sounds reasonable. Yeah. Franklin says, deport Bowman. Yeah, let's kick his ass out. If you're anti-white, when I come to power, you are thrown out of the country. thrown out of the country. And no, you don't even get to decide. We get to decide, Uganda, where you go. And we're going to drop you in there with a parachute, maybe an old T-10 with a couple of holes in it. But we're going to drop you in. And then you can go ahead and recreate Western civilization, because I'm sure it's in your genetics to do so. Brent Danger is in the house. Trebuchet them. No parachuting. Or do we put a T-10 with holes in it? First Lad is asking, 5 arms? Wouldn't there be an even number of arms? No. They suffered a horrible farming accident, and they are now down to 5. Shamuski is with us. If there was an amalgamation of Ben Shapiro and Fuentes, would it be Feni Fuentes? Yes, it would. They're practically the same person. Anglo-Saxon is here. Cassie is here. Corey is here. Cindy Bin. Rory is here. Anti-Whiteism is here. Make sure you share that we are live, that it is Sunday. We're changing the world. Hey, how about we start another political party, and that's not a political party, and then get like 60 plus of us doxxed so that all of our LARPing causes us to never be able to work again? Lose our family members? Oh, yeah, that just happened to a particular not political party that was never going to be, that I told everybody the whole time. That's why they hate me. That's why they hate me. It's like, what was that girl's name? Cindy Crawford? She says, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Mine is like, don't hate me because of brain in the frame. Don't hate me because of brain in the frame. I mean, this just happens. We are born the way we are born. You should be lucky you haven't stood beside me at a urinal. White Student Transmission is here. Cool. Papa J Magic. Hello. We're going to get into the debate. I want to see, remember, on all of these different platforms, you can tag me as No White Guild, and I'll come over and ridicule the hell out of you. But you got to tag me, and then I will see what you have to say. Otherwise, I will not see what you have to say. Make sure you tag me as @ No White Guild. @ No White Guild. Hello. Why couldn't Jamaal have been there in the debate? Helio Zabot is here. Solid behind blue eyes. Yes, good song. Western Man. Fornelius is in the house with his wrench that he can use on all of the trolls. Ash is here. Great to see her. Jay Bishop is here. Green Lord is in the house. When you go to the woods, you want to see the Green Lord. He has the answers for you there. What's going to happen with Biden? You know, I thought it was really interesting. We were talking about Biden and how odd it was that they were doing this very early, very, very early debate. And I mean, it's like earlier than other debates. And we speculated that maybe this was just to harm Trump if there was, like this bigger movement, this bigger agreement in the Democrat Party. So have Biden go out to harm and to harm Trump. So Trump says something, but Biden's going to drop out, and then give some time to someone else to replace him, which would be difficult because of a lot of things. Like, what do they do about Kamala and her scratched up knees? And do they just tell the anti-white of both anti-white parties? Do they just say, no, we're not going to go with the black female. Not going to go with her. We're going to go with somebody. I mean, really? Are they going to do that? Would they drag in Whitmore? Gretchen? Who wants to hear Gretchen's voice? You know how many people will off themselves? You hear that bitch talk? Are they going to drag in a white female Gretchen? Are they going to bring that clown from California, the California clown? They're going to drag him out? A white guy? And does he have blue eyes? That would really be something, wouldn't it? They're going to drag him out. I have no doubt that he would like to be president. And that's why it might be, I mean, from his position, might be unwise to jump on the sinking ship. Whitmer's, probably she's too airheaded and dumb. She would probably jump on the sinking ship of the Democrat Party relative to this race for president. She's probably too dim-witted. He's probably smart enough to not do it because of the association of the terrible defeat. I mean, you could go down, you could end up with like a Ronald Reagan victory. Well, what was it, like all but 2 states or whatever? In that case. The bigger problems here to replacing Biden, but there was another possibility, and that is that there are or were people who were trying to, well, there's 2 veins to this. Biden's team is faithful, and they wanted to do a debate to get it out of the way, knowing that Biden would not do well. They're with him every day, knowing that he would not do well. So they get it out of the way, and then it's teleprompters from there forward, and they refuse the second debate because they say, what's the use? The September debate. What's the use? We already know Biden can come out the day after he came out and said, well, I don't walk as well as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to, but I know the truth. And the crowd went crazy, and they raised some crazy like $27 million the next day for the guy. So could that be the strategy? Roll him in, get this out of the way, say, look, we did the debate. No use in having another debate. We're just running for the White House now. You've already seen us stand off against each other. So there they could say Biden wasn't a coward and they did it far enough back in time. I mean, you got to think, doing it now in a couple of months is going to seem like 10 years ago. So if he decides, nah, no second debate, no need, I'm campaigning, I'm going to go to the people. It's me and the people, like Bowman, right? But Biden's not going to be able to hold a stool over his head. So they won't be doing at least that part of the show. But maybe they do that. Maybe that's how they do it. And then Biden, of course, looking at the field of possibilities, at the moment has a better chance than anybody on the Democrat side to take Trump on. And especially if there's a system in place to, what did Biden say in the first, which debate was it? Was it a debate where Biden said, we have the best election stealing team in place, or however he worded that? Does everybody remember that? Talk about a gaffe. We have the most. So maybe they still have that team in place, but some newcomer doesn't have that team in place, and they just can't pass it over. That's not how it works. They just can't say, like, here are the keys to the election stealing team. But maybe that's another possibility, is that Biden is his inner circle there has some people that are trying to undermine him. And they wanted to get him out there in a debate to demonstrate that he needs to be replaced. The problem, though, is that, and I understand apparently today that the Biden family, Camp David, they're having a discussion about whether or not, remember, they already had this discussion. He has 99% of all the electors sewn up. 99+%. And according to the rules, which it's funny at the DNC, they're like, well, we can change the rules any minute we want. So that means there really are no rules. If that's the reality. If you can change the rules arbitrarily, who are the arbitrary rule changers? They're the people who are actually in charge. Anyhow, the electors are bound by their rules. Once they've said Biden, they've got to say Biden. And as I understand the rules of the DNC. So there are problems there with replacing Biden. The Biden would have to step down of his own volition. They can't force him. I understand. They can't force him to step down. If he steps down of his own volition, then at the convention, the Democrat convention, the electors have to pick somebody. And that'll be like warfare. That'll be World War III at their convention. And what time would they then have left? And where would they be able to raise money for whoever the new people would end up being? And you would have some pretty serious fights. I mean, what was it in the 70s at the Democrat convention in Chicago? Brutal. You would have some pretty serious fights because of the rifts and growing rifts in anti-whites and the different anti-white groups. Somebody might say, well, that doesn't, Jason's not breaking it down by all the names that they like to give themselves, because I want to survive. I'm not here to make you feel like you have heard all of the different categories and the names that they have chosen for themselves. I'm here to end the victimization of white people. If you're not here for that, then you're in the wrong place. You need to go back to special needs. This is special warfare, son. So they're anti-whites, all of them. If you want to go and you want to hear them called BIPOC and Marxist and communist and pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli, and you want to go down all the line, and which kind of communist are they? Are they a Leninist? If you want to hear all that shit, you're in the wrong place, because we're focused on ending the victimization of white people. Just like we saw in that meme at the very beginning of the gathering, the little boy in the verbiage, that's real verbiage that we've seen time and again. White children. Do I have to be white my whole life? Why can't I be another race? That's what we want to end. So if you need entertainment because you're adult, and you shovel shit for a living or whatever it is, you've got a basic job, but you need to feel like you're smart. You need to have that immersive experience like you're at King's Dominion or Disney World, then get the f*** out. We are the adults in the room addressing the actual problem and remedying the problem. Anyhow, they would have to find out, where would they raise the money? You also have the problem of getting on the ballot, because as far as I understand, that process is closed for more than a few states. So where would you have Newsom? Would he just not be on the ballot in some states? What would the point of that be? Why would the Democrats want to just throw that? What I think you're seeing a lot of is you're seeing a lot of these people who are talking heads, scribblers, who are Democrat voters, and they see that it's heavily leaning toward Trump, the victory. And so they think, what can we do? What can we do? And well, we've tried to call Trump a convict. We tried to call him a porno sexer. We've tried to call him all these kind of things, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. They just want an end. They just want to stymie. They just have a problem with all of the anti-whiteism, the white erasure of white mores and norms and customs and history, and the remaking of the West, in this particular case, America, to be something that is adversarial and pernicious to the white race, just like they've done to us in our once great country of South Africa and Rhodesia. They're sick of it. And so they want Trump. So what can we do? We need a better candidate. And so they're all squawking. They're all lamenting. They're all complaining. There's much ado about it. But when it comes right down to it, Biden has the money. He's still bringing in the money. He's on the ballot. He has 99% of the electors. Even if he steps down, who's going to fill the gap. It'll be warfare at the DNC. I think they probably, if you wanted to put your money on one or the other, it's probably that the Biden team was thinking, get this out of the way early on, see how he does. If he doesn't do that well, we don't do the second debate. We just run. We got the money, we got the teams, we got the people, in place. And in this, another big thing is like where these states that are really in question, like Pennsylvania, Biden is strong with the Democrat voters in those places. You're going to bring in like a Whitmore? You're going to bring in a Michelle Obama? Bring in a Gavin Newsom? No. But we'll see. Right now, the family is supposedly talking about it. Let's bring up this news item here. We'll see and I want to see what you have to say about it. What we need, of course, here, what we want is Trump in office so that we can have more time with him to legitimize the concepts that will recapture our destiny. That's what we need. Is Trump going to help Israel? Yes. Is Trump saying to the big tech billionaires in Silicon Valley that he wants to staple a green card to every even 2-year degree? Yes. So that these tech billionaires, they can bring in the rest of India into America. Work for nothing. Come over here, get a 2-year degree. We'll just give you a green card. Yes, he's doing that. That's to be expected. We don't have a power to change that. We're ordinary folks, but extraordinary in our deeds, extraordinary in our willingness to embrace the struggle, to accept the responsibility of where we are and to change where we are instead of change where we are for the future generations, instead of coming up with grand excuses, grandiloquent excuses about why it's so bad and why we could do nothing to the future generations. Those people are cowards. They're scum, actually, in my opinion. Anybody that can look at white children, see them standing out on a bus stop, surrounded by non-white kiddies. They may not be wonderful people. It might be wonderful children, wonderful families, but that's not America. And the white children there are the pariah in the anti-white narrative. You know what you're looking at when you look there. If you can look at these stories where the white kids are being shot and stabbed in the face, shot in the face by anti-white non-whites, by anti-white whites, if you can see all that happening, and all that you're able to muster inside of you is, but the dudes are doing it, then you're a piece of shit. You shouldn't have an audience. You shouldn't be allowed to speak to a greater audience. It's despicable. And if you are speaking to an audience and you are engendering and you're growing that mentality, you are a poison to Western kind. You are anathema to those white children. You only mention that like the country should be white just for your excuse to keep your grift going. The country should be white is a wish, bitch. That's all it is. Doing something to end the victimization that works, that ends the victimization of white people, that's maturity. That's honor. That's class. That's being a man and woman of the West. Takeaways from CNN's presidential debate with Biden and Trump. You know what we should look at first? Wait, let's see. I want to show you. We can show you this, then we'll just take a quick look at this, the takeaways, if not everybody watched it. President Joe Biden is 3 years and 7 months older from President Donald Trump, okay? The debate Thursday night on CNN, the gap between whatever. They're trying to make it sound like, well, it's just a gap between ages, whatever. Biden's hoarse and displaying little vocal range was often unable to express his differences with Trump with clarity. Wow, that's an understatement. At one point, after Biden trailed off as he defended his record on border security, Trump said, "I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence, and I don't think he knows what he said either." That's true. And that was a funny part. A lot of people, I believe, checked out of this debate early on, to the detriment, of course, of Biden. And one of the reasons, I think, very early on was the topic of abortion, and Biden saying, and actually Dandy Westman, and we're going to be celebrating Dandy a little bit later for identifying the MP and the MC response and what Biden was saying there. But Trump was talking about people being raped, and Biden, as a consequence of these intruders, Biden rolls up and he's like, "Hey, you could get raped by your sister and then need an abortion." And people were like, "Okay, click off. We'll just turn this garbage off." So maybe that's you. Maybe that was as far as you went in the debate. Trump, meanwhile, at times repeated his frequent election denialism. Whatever. I mean, I don't know if we really even need to take much more of a look at this. First time they had debated since 2020. But what I thought was really, here's where he says, because Biden said, "This guy has sex with porn stars." And Trump said, quote, "I didn't have sex with a porn star," close quote. I think what Trump maybe should have said was, "You wish porn stars wanted to have sex with you." There are some people out there who are, well, first of all, probably the most poignant aspect of it was you had on the stage, side by side, the politician in power who is attempting to ruin and jail and etc. the political opposition, who was also on stage. And I thought that was really poignant, because this was like Banana Republic style dictator in guise of president, who is, it by all means possible, he, his underlings, other anti-white Democrats, etc., doing everything they can to destroy Donald Trump, to incarcerate him, because he is the political opposition. And there they were on stage, side by side. I don't know how many more times, depending how bad America gets, that will happen. I also don't know how many more times, because in other words, the political opposition will just be in jail. There'll be no debate. I also don't know how many more times you're going to see white males on the stage. Maybe not many more or any more, but we'll see. But there are some people out there who are talking about Trump like he had some sort of poor performance. And their metric, of course, it seems, was they just wanted the fire and brimstone. They just wanted the deep cutting insults. And this was clearly not the time for that, especially since Trump has to get the votes of the sewing circle dainties. So they don't want, the sewing circle dainties can see a man who is enfeebled, this Biden character, the corpse in chief, practically a skeleton on stage, and everyone can see that. It would be like seeing a handicapped kid and another kid, a healthy kid, not handicapped kid, starts making fun of the handicapped kid for the handicap that he has or she has. I mean, the adults would be like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" And so that's what would have happened. So Trump absolutely did the right thing by not burning him down. He made a couple little quips there, but he did the absolute right thing. So it wasn't his brash and bravado posturing that we have seen at other times. I don't think that this means that he is controlled and his speech will be controlled. I mean, Have you heard any of his speeches that he's giving? It's the exact opposite. I mean, the guy's even throwing more cuss words in at his speeches. No, this guy was on stage with this enfeebled wreck he doesn't have one foot in the grave. Both of them are in the grave. They're lowering him into the grave, all right? And so what is Trump going to do? I think he did the right thing. I mean, I would have liked more, jokes and all about it, just for my own enjoyment, my own entertainment. But I want Trump to win. So I put that because I need Trump to win to legitimize our concepts, to put an end to the victimization of our people. So I put that ahead of my interest. That's how an adult operates. Trump ended up bringing up the son, Hunter, and his laptop, but only after, of course, Biden was like, "You're a criminal." But look, it even says here, Trump pulls some of his punches. Who recently attacked Biden on his age, Trump was fairly restrained during the president's numerous stumbles. About 20 minutes into the debate, Trump followed a Biden remark with a quick snipe, and that was what we read earlier. That was the exception to the rule. He also spoke, I think probably the most powerful moment was when he stepped out of the debate. Very briefly, he stepped out of the debate and he said, essentially, come on, we all know that this is a farce. We all know that we just have to have this debate to make it look like this guy is capable of actually being the president of the United States. So he stepped out of it. And I think has anybody else mentioned that? And I think a massive number of those who were watching stepped out of it with him when he did this. It was sort of like an actor in the middle of a play who suddenly steps away from the rest of the play. The people stop moving. The spotlight comes down on him and he stares right at the crowd and speaks to them for a moment. That was like explosive. And I don't know how many people got it or understood it, but they would have internalized it even if they knew what was happening. Or didn't know what was happening. So I thought that was the most brilliant part, probably the winning blow. It's like the whole conversation has been, well, Trump didn't win, but Biden lost. Trump destroyed him. And Trump won on the basis of the things he was saying. Not just because Biden was stumbling. Let's show you just very briefly, because this is pretty, and you'll get the idea of what was happening if you missed it.
$15,000 new jobs, and we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. The total initiative. The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed and his administration killed an Al-Qaeda person coming in his administration. I was recently in France, caused brain damage. This guy told Trump, do you think he'll stop if he takes Ukraine? What do you think of Belarus? United Nations Security Council. We are the biggest producer. No president in our history has spoken like that before. But I do know he has a real problem. We saw people occupying we're trying to provide housing. These corporations that collude. The impact of
crazy. That's how he sounded. He did get a little bit more coherent toward the end of the debate, and a little bit more forceful toward the end of the debate. And maybe because if they had him on drugs, the drugs started kicking in a little better than they were early on. The campaign said that he has a cold, and that's why he was all breathy and no voice, which is probably true. I mean, especially when you get that age, your immune system is not great. And so people that age, they're constantly coming in and out of colds.
On the choice, you increase economic growth, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism. We were the only ones of consequence. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security. He just doesn't know what he's talking about. Ever elected that to build these chips. I never heard a president talk like this before.
I don't know if they have it here, but there's the part where he says that we, I guess his administration, beat Social Security.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds.
35 pounds.
We read of the ability of Medicare for the ability that reduced the federal debt all along, and it's happening now. Well, every pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way, making sure that we're able to make every
the hosts, Tapper and Bash, they gave Biden the final say on, I stopped counting, I think it was at 6 times. So they were coming to his aid in that way. And they also came to his aid, and Trump obviously didn't care because Biden was not doing well. They also came to his aid when he wouldn't fully use his time for an answer, which is unconscionable. This is your opportunity to speak to the country, at least the part of it that isn't out watching Hokta Girl, and your opportunity, use all your time, go over your time. But there were moments where they were like, "Okay, Mr. President, you have like another 85 seconds. Would you like to use those?" And then there were times where he was clearly lost his train of thought, didn't know what to say next, and they just jumped in like there and they're like, "Okay, thank you." But it did make him, like in that particular case, it made him look bad because then he just got quiet, like his nurse had just said, "Shut up! Eat your applesauce and shut up."
every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the.
Oh, that was another thing. Trump was complaining about how, and really powerful, when Trump mentioned, as I remember me telling you this, you're going to remember months back, Trump mentioned, I knew he would be smart enough to get it. Of course, his team probably watches the show, that you've got to mention to black, particularly black, but black and Hispanic voters, that these intruders are going to take all your benefits. And then Trump will get the biggest vote ever from blacks and Hispanics than any Republican has ever gotten. Why is that? Not because Trump is promising something good to these people. Hey, we'll get rid of the intruders so you can have your benefits. Because that's just lip service coming from a white man who isn't rabidly anti-white in Democrat shoes. No, it's because the thing that he's promising to do is something that they believe that evil white men would want to do, and that is to get rid of the non-white people. So according to the anti-white narrative, and therefore most broadly believed by many, not all, but many non-white people, in my opinion, white men want to just do nothing but harm, exploit, and etc. non-white people. So when a white man says, I'm going to get rid of these non-white people, the blacks and Hispanics in this country believe it. They also believe, and they can see all over these big countries, Chicago, New York, everywhere, they're seeing losing their benefits, losing their access to housing, free food, free clothing, free phones, free medical. They're losing it because it's going to the newcomers. It's going to the intruders, the anti-white intruders. So Trump was able to say that. Biden's retort to that was that he's making sure that all these intruders are getting health insurance. Trump was just saying he's wrecking these programs, and then Biden comes in and says, like, yeah, I'm making sure all of them get health insurance. So that was a self-goal by Biden as well after Trump made that powerful point. But guaranteed prediction here that Republican strategists, conservative content creators misleading their conservative followers and constituents in politics, they'll claim that non-white people are now going to be somewhat white. They won't say it like that, though. And that now they've seen the light of the Marxism, wokeism of the left. And now elections will be different. They'll have no fucking clue what's actually happening. None whatsoever. The only polls they have their fingers on are corpses like Biden's.
With the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you, President Biden.
What?
Look, we finally beat Medicare. And that was another great thing that Trump did. Probably didn't have to be told. He's probably just a normal guy. He didn't have to have some consultant tell him, hey, don't look with a shocked face at Biden. You wouldn't do that. You got a room full of people looking at you, right? Somebody's struggling. You wouldn't be like, oh my God, look at this bit. You would do that with like Gavin. You would do that with any of these others that they could drag forward. But you wouldn't do that with this guy. So he's just staring at him. He's just like, geez. The one thing I would tell Trump that he needs to correct about the debate for future, if he has any future debates, which I doubt will take place, is no frowning. It seems like this frown has begun to develop at times on him. And no frowning. Give a neutral bitch face. Give a neutral bitch face. Just think about, now see, Trump is not going to know neutral bitch face. That's the problem. The vast majority of guys, we all know bitch face because all the females who are better looking than us, they give us bitch face. All the ones who are same level looks as us, they give us bitch face. And even some of the rungs below us give us bitch face. So we know what standing bitch face looks like all too well. So somebody's going to have to show Trump what standing bitch face looks like, and then he can just have standing bitch face while he's on the stage. We're going to take a quick look at, can Biden be replaced as a nominee? Because this is what everybody's talking about, isn't it? Can Biden be replaced? Knives are out for President Joe Biden after his poorly received performance in the first 2024 presidential debate against Donald Trump. We're going to be watching the one and only, coming up here, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Misha, and I have the video up, Petrov. We're going to be celebrating her too, but we're going to go through this video. Just have a look at her video that she made. It's glorious. You got to love her. We also have, maybe we'll talk about the Icelandic thing. We'll see. But getting back to this, can they replace Biden? Who here is listening to me? Tag me. Who here really thinks that they're going to try to replace Biden? And if you have any ideas, you could share that as well. But make sure you tag me. Democrat sources told the BBC of panic and confusion within the party and discussions about whether Mr. Biden 81 should step down. On CNN, they had their commentators, their brains, these heads on the screen, and they were tweeting and they were showing the tweets, and it was hilarious because they went to like, I'm having deep panic. This is the worst ever. And nothing to say about Biden's performance. Nothing positive. Democrat sources told the BBC of panic and confusion within the party and discussions about whether Mr. Biden 81 should step down. The New York Times editorial board, the beating heart of the U.S. liberal establishment, said Mr. Biden was a shadow of his former self and should stand aside. But could Mr. Biden back out now? What would happen? And who could replace him? The short answer is that unless he agrees to stand aside, it's difficult and could get ugly. Slaughtz, even if it weren't an issue of ballots, anti-whites would put the reputation before the victory of heresy to anti-whiteism. Yes. They would put their reputation, that's exactly right, before the victory. Cassie says they need to replace him with you. Me? For the Democrat Party? Wow. Maybe we can get this country back to its roots yet. I don't know. I think they would kill me, resurrect me, and kill me again. I think that's probably what the Democrats would do. Samuski says, I think they will make it look to the public like they can, but who knows? My bet is that they don't. Proud Citizen says, I think it's too late. And Joe's old battle axe, Dr. Jill, want to hang on to the prestige of being the first lady. Yes, that's a big bringing up Jill is important because Jill Biden, of course, that's Dr. Jill Biden, as she waddles out in a what are those outfits? Dominatrix outfit. Dr. Jill Biden. They need she's going to be thinking about the family, and in particular her son, and overall, and the prosecution that could potentially follow them losing the presidency to Donald Trump. I'm sure she's thinking that Trump won't be able to run again if he loses this time, and or be very, very unlikely to run and win in the future. And so it's coming down to this to be able to protect her family. So I can see her absolutely telling Joe, you're running, and that's all there is to it. And whatever she has to tell him to make him excited about it. Cassie says, we'll kick ass now and ask questions later. That's right. Amen. Yes, if, and it's a big if, Mr. Biden decides to retire, it would be relatively straightforward to find another candidate. Would it be? I don't think so. Because the electors are sworn, and they're going to be divided on who the next candidate, who they think the candidate should be to win. The Democrats are planning to nominate Mr. Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris virtually before the gathering to comply with a ballot certification deadline in Ohio. I remember reading about that before and thinking that, no, they don't want trouble at the convention because they want, and it's going to be Joe Biden. So they don't want, like what you saw from the commentariat of Democrats losing their minds. They don't want them showing up at the convention doing that. So they want it resolved. This is the candidate. Now we've got to get behind him at the convention. Does that make sense? There, a candidate must win support from the majority of delegates, party officials who formally choose the nominee. Delegates are assigned to candidates proportionally based on the results of each state's primary election. This year, Mr. Biden won 99% of the 4,000 delegates. And he just raised a shit ton of money. Does it say on this article over here? Somebody tell me. He raised like $24 million the day after Friday. And I'm telling you, he was looking, he's reading from a teleprompter. And he was looking fine. His voice was stronger. I think, we've all taken pharmaceuticals and sometimes drugs that were not pharmaceuticals. And they've had one effect on us. And then you take him another time and it's not the same at all. And I think maybe he had been given a cocktail that had worked in the past, and maybe combined with the cold or whatever his issue was, it just wasn't straightening him out. Because the next day, he had a loud voice, and yes, he was reading. And the ability to read is going to go on for longer. They know that. The Democrats know that. They know that he'll be able to read for years more from a teleprompter. It's just that having to think on your feet that he can't do anymore. He suddenly he goes from inside of his head, he goes from looking at the teleprompters through his eyeballs to turning to his brain, and there's just like a single cricket in the room. And it's just like, that's all that's left. Spongiform, what's it called again? The mad cow disease. According to DNC rules, those delegates are pledged to support the incumbent. If Mr. Biden willingly drops out, it could turn into a free-for-all. Democrats would be left with an open convention where they would suggest political nominees and continue voting until one receives the majority of delegate votes. That could spark a frantic contest among Democrats vying for a shot at the nomination. Mr. Biden has so far given no indication that he would consider stepping aside. But if decided to drop out of the race, quote, that opens up an entirely different can of worms, political historian Leah Wright Rigger told BBC News. So hopefully Leah's not suffering from rigor mortis. I think that if he were to get replaced, part of the negotiation for him stepping down would be that he would get the final say in who replaces him. He wouldn't. I mean, that would be just like something that they would come up with on the spur of the moment. I'm sure they would want him to endorse somebody. But again, you still have these massive challenges. Being on ballots, where's the money, the delegates, and the free-for-all. Here's the second debate. It is September. So they could just skip that. No second debate. This is an even less plausible scenario is if he could be forced out, if he doesn't want to go. In the modern political era, a major national party has never tried a hostile takeover of the nomination, and there is no evidence of any serious plan to do so. However, DNC regulations do have loopholes that could, in theory, make it possible. The rules allow delegates to, quote, in all good conscience reflect the sentiments of those who elected them, meaning they could look to someone else. It could be an incredibly ugly scenario, says rigor mortis. Experts told BBC News they doubt there would be a revolt among party delegates. But the DNC can alter party rules at any point, which means there are no rules at the DNC. That's how anti-whiteism works, folks. Ms. Rigor mortis pointed to 1968 when Lyndon Johnson decided not to run. The party shifted from an open convention process in which delegates could cast ballots for someone they chose to a bound process where a delegate was attached to a candidate based on primary results. At any point in time, the Rules Committee can change the rules. Nothing is outside the realm of possibility. Even if Mr. Biden were suddenly to exit the race, conservative groups have vowed to file lawsuits challenging the legality of any replacement Democrats' eligibility for the ballot. So there you have right there court challenges by conservative groups if they try to change. Could Kamala Harris replace Biden? Vice President Kamala Harris would automatically take Mr. Biden's place if he were to step down during his presidential term. So in other words, does he step down now, let Kamala be president, and then run as president? But the same rules do not apply if Mr. Biden pulls out as a candidate for November's election race. And there is no mechanism in place. So she wouldn't automatically assume his delegates by becoming president. Instead, Ms. Harris would have to win the majority of delegates. Okay, so there you have it. As she is already on the Democrat ticket, Ms. Harris could certainly be favored, but her relatively low popularity among American public might dull the advantage. Yeah, no, very few people like her. Who else could take his place? If Biden did face challenges from his party election cycle, including Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips, give me a break. Who else is here? California Governor Newsom, Michigan Gretchen Whitmer, Pennsylvania Shapiro, no chance in hell. But none of those candidates has publicly declared any wish to supplant the incumbent. Could the 25th Amendment be invoked? Why does that even... And that's what they end with? This is when you remove a president because he's incompetent. Called Mr. Biden's cabinet to consider invoking this clause after the U.S. Capitol Patriots Day 2021. The Democrats-controlled House approved a resolution urging then Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th to oust Trump, but the move went nowhere. Well, that wouldn't do if you forced him out. You still have all of the other problems. I think what most of these articles are doing is just the monetary side of it. They're just trying to get eyeballs on their reportage, when I think bottom line is that it's going to be really, really challenging. He's going to want to stay. I can't imagine that anybody who would replace him would really go to the... Well, first of all, would they win? They wouldn't win. But would they really go to the mat for Biden's family, to protect Biden's family from what the Congress might do? And who knows? I think it's unlikely, though. Do you all have any thoughts? We're going to pull up Iceland reverses course, freezes out Russia, Venezuelan migrants. I think that's maybe how they talk there, but I don't know for sure. You can maybe fill me in. Look at this. Why would you not want this rolling into your white neighborhood, your Western civilization white neighborhood? Why would this be a problem? Just look at them. I wouldn't care if they all had stethoscopes. They're a different people of mankind. And they create a different culture as a consequence of their biospirit, their genetics, their instincts. And you can have a look at what they create by looking where they came from and looking where the places that have the least amount of Western influence on them to see the kind of environment that they create. So if you want that kind of environment, I suggest you move there. If you want to live in that kind of environment, get the hell out. Let us have the West with a supermajority of white people so we can have Western culture and therefore Western civilization. Iceland, though, you have all these European countries, all of our countries, who have been flooding some of our countries' tiny populations. They can't handle it, and yet they still bring them in. Why? It's the same reason why big corporations or in small businesses will run themselves into the red, because ideology is always more important than money. The human animal has instinctually developed an urge, genetically developed an urge, demonstrated quite clearly that it needs to have faith in something. There is an impulse to faith. There is an impulse to belief. There is no impulse to an abstraction, and money is an abstraction. So you can't intelligently or intelligibly claim that the human animal is ever going to put money before ideology, religion. They never will. And you see it everywhere around you. To deny it is just to be a fool. But eventually you have these fits and starts, these stops and starts again, like you just had with Victoria's Secret last year. And they said, well, we're gonna remove the land whales, and we're going to put some of the attractive women, fit women back in place. You'll notice, though, the vast majority of those are non-white women. If they're going to show white women in their advertisements, they are the more portly ones that they've kept. Interesting decision by the anti-whites, sticking with the ideology, even though they got to pull back on the reins a little bit of it to get out of the red. And you'll see this. Look at places in the world where the anti-whiteism is more advanced. Look to the major cities, look to South Africa, look to Rhodesia, and you'll see that there isn't an amount of pain, there isn't an amount of bankruptcy, there isn't an amount of rape and torture and murder that changes this, because it's a faith, because it's an ideology, and because everything else that we had as bulwarks to support our people have been defeated by the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism, which means that it's going to require psychological warfare to overturn what they have done. And we have that 201 IQ defense against the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. Icelandic officials are pulling back on their former support for Venezuelan migrants, just the Venezuelan ones. So if you're Venezuelan and you just maybe hike on over to Peru or somewhere else, and then now you're Peruvian, then you're fine. Deported, a whole whopping 180. You remember when Trump first got in office and they had like this deportation the first time, and it was this tiny sum, but all the Republicans and the cuck content creators, they're all like, wow, he's doing it. He's doing millions they've been bringing in. And it's like, we've sent back 20,000. No, we need Operation Back. Again, that's what we need. Look it up. I'm not going to say it because even though it was a real thing, the year is against the door. So we need another one of those operations. And it's just like clean, and I want to hear a big flush sound. The toilet going. I want to hear a big flush sound, and it's all gone. Good people and all gone. And then we can, but you know it's not going to happen. That's just what we would like to see. That would happen if I were in charge. The about face comes on the tail of moves by the Icelandic parliament to change policy on immigration to be more in line with what the other Nordic countries, according to Icelandic Monitor. The bill was widely popular, even among the left-wing Green Party. And among its internal provisions allow Iceland to ignore the UN and its open borders style immigration policy demands. In other words, the neighborhoods where the legislators live, the schools where the legislators' children go to schools, the recreational areas where the legislators spend their recreational time are getting troubled by these wonderful people. They're a problem in these areas. That's why. The legislation reportedly sets stricter conditions for residency, family migration, and other measures. With the mood, why can't we in the United States get rid of this chain migration and also birthright citizenship and say go back like 25 years, 45 years? And you could say, okay, well, at like this date, everybody's got to go back. And then before that, you don't have to go back, but you're no longer a citizen. And you can have a green card. You can't vote. You can't participate in our elections. You can't hold office. You can't be a police officer. You can't be in the military, and just do away with all of that. The turnaround marks a major departure from recent policy that allowed Venezuelans nearly unquestioned asylum in Iceland. In other words, access to all the white girls and little white boys that they want. And the shift has been months in the making, early in all of the white guys' jobs too, if they want to bother to work. Earlier this year, for example, the Immigration Appeals Board upheld several decisions by the Directorate of Immigration, which ruled against asylum filings involving Venezuelans. Advocates for Venezuelans, though, are protesting the country's turnaround. Execute them. Execute them. I mean, make it a crime of treason and then try them. If they're guilty for it, make the penalty execution for treason to the country. Advocates for? We're long past this. We're long past dealing with this with kid gloves. So the reversal by Icelandic's government is problematic. But the number of Venezuelans trying to immigrate to Iceland has also exploded. 2018, there were 14. 22, the number had climbed to 1,200. This tiny, tiny country of ours. Tiny, absolutely tiny. So, I mean, this is, you might look at this and say, well, it's a step in the right direction. Where we can be happy about something like this is it's not a step in the right direction. It's like, it's not a step in the right direction that Victoria's Secret has taken down some of the behemoths. It's not a step in the right direction because what motivates the step determines future steps, right? So if this step were taken because the Icelandic government were saying, you know what, this is actually anti-white. This is harming our people. It's erasing our more ways. It's white erasing our more ways. No, we're stopping this. We're getting rid. Then we would be out over the moon. We would be partying so hard, we would be over the moon. But what's happening here is that most likely, what I was saying a moment ago, legislators are finding it problematic for where they live, where they recreate, where their kids go to school. They will absolutely ruin the rest of every white person. And why is that? Because they do not have an identity based in a biospirit. That's why. They don't care about you. Same holds true for America. They don't. Same holds true for the UK. Same holds true for Germany. If they're white, they don't care about you because they don't have an identity based in the biospirit of our people. They don't achieve their individual well-being by way of our group's well-being and therefore your well-being. They will subject you to absolute impecuniousness, joblessness, no health insurance, rampant anti-white hatred and rape and beatings and theft. They will subject you to all of that and they won't give a shit. Human rights advocates, including Icelandic Red Cross, Amnesty International, and UNICEF, have stood in opposition to the change in the laws. Well, throw those entities out of the country. Absolutely get rid of those entities. Put me in charge of Iceland. The bill, for instance, allows Iceland's government to ignore human rights laws, such as, so it's a bill, will it even get passed? To ignore human rights laws, such as the UN Convention. Oh, I would make a government decree that asserts the invalidation of all of this human rights convention. The Reykjavik grapevine. The bill just, it says the bill passed. The bill just passed, allows the government to deny services. Okay, so it's law. Deny services such as healthcare once 30 days have elapsed without an asylum application being approved. Oh, well, you now open the door to the cottage industry of approval of asylum applications. At least one political party, see, this is why it's got to be motivated by ending anti-whiteism. If it's not motivated, then there's nothing worth celebrating. What we can celebrate in a tiny part, just tiny, infinitesimal practically, is that some white children won't get raped for now. Some white children won't be beaten or murdered. We see these stories all the time for now. Some white guys won't lose their job for now. That's what we could celebrate. It's a tiny celebration. But that's the kind of thing that really the conservative content creators would celebrate. This is like a big victory for them. At least one political party also opposed the bill. Who the hell knows how to say that name? Of the left-leaning Libertarian Pirate Party? What? Is that real? Am I seeing things? Am I having dyslexia? Railed at the bill. There is a mess. Who would not want to be a part of that party? Does everybody get an eye patch and a peg leg and a parrot? There's a message being sent that, there's a message being sent that people should get out of the country or else risk being forced out on the street or without any assistance nor access to basic services. Yes, that's the message, motherfucker. That's it. You got it right. And you get the message as to get out. Still, the other major Icelandic parties, including the Independence Party, the Progressive Party, and the left Greens, all voted in favor of tightening of the community's immigration policy. Only for these people, only for the Venezuelans. What a shame. Because I'm sure all of the other ones from the Central and South America and Africa and everywhere else, I'm sure they'll be just fine. Who is ready to see Misha? Who's ready to celebrate some Misha Petrov? We're going to be celebrating her during our swashbuckling. But for now, let's go ahead and get into this story, the rise of anti-whiteism in the media. Oh, Misha, we are saluting you. That is so glorious. The great Franklinator pointing out that dear Misha started off with racist, and then, as we swashed around, moved to anti-white racist. And then as we kept swashing, moved on to anti-white with a hyphen. And then as we kept swashing, anti-whiteism with a hyphen. All that's left is for these hyphens to be dropped. And, well, God, I wonder how this is happening. Probably just a swinging pendulum. It's probably a swinging sack. The sack is swinging in the other direction. Do you see it? Well, we're not going to give that Jason guy in that community any credit at all. Even though every Sunday they're talking about it and they're doing it. All week long we see them and they have the receipts. No, it's just a swinging sack of a pendulum. That's how it's happening. Let's check it out. On full size. Ladies and gentlemen, Misha Petrov.
This dude thinks he can be in the women's bathroom.
There's no way we're hiring a white male, Mitchell.
Saying she doesn't like to share the road with them.
Racism. I think your son's tumor was caused by racism.
Hey guys, it's Misha and welcome back to my channel. So today we're going to be taking a look at some videos discussing racism. We're going to start with a video that was secretly recorded exposing Disney for not wanting to hire white males. Before we start though, please make sure you are subscribed and have hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of my videos.
There have been times where, there's no way we're hiring a white male.
You know, it's interesting. I tweet about this and have, it's like substantive verbiage there. And Twitter makes sure it goes nowhere. Other people tweet about this with smaller audiences, vapidity galore in their comment, and it's got like 50,000, 100,000, 300,000 views. Insane. It's like with Lily, there are people out there tweeting about Lily with 300, 200, 500 followers, and they tweet a video of hers, and the verbiage as banal as she had something interesting to say, or just something like this, 500,000 views. We tweet about it. I have to pay Twitter to promote my tweets. And I wrote Twitter about it this week. We'll see what happens. I have to pay them to promote my tweets. And then they're promoting them to people for views who are not interested in socio-political matters. Just to say, hey, well, you paid for the views and there are the views. Yeah, but you showed them to people who are into skiing or boating, or geology. They don't care.
Just kind of unspoken.
There are times when it's spoken, but
How would they say?
Okay, so this is not new. Disney and all of these other companies, folks, it's gone back generations. White people have been guilted. White men have been forced out of jobs, not hired, not brought into the university. You want to know how long it goes back? You just go back and find there are non-white people who are dead today. It goes back so far, who got into university, who got jobs at the expense of white people. It's not a light switch. Civilization doesn't work that way. It begins like raindrops and then is increasingly becomes a torrential downpour. So this has been going on for generations, many generations. You just now have finally gotten to the point where you have OMG Media with O'Keefe, and they're actually out there recording these people saying these things to show them to you on the internet because the white man invented peer-to-peer communication. That's all. This guy saying, "Oh yeah, we're not hiring. We don't say it on paper, and sometimes we outright do say it." We have Krishna from IBM months ago, and he's not the first CEO at IBM that enriching people for not hiring white people and punishing them financially for hiring white males. It's been going on for generations. It's in your face. The amazing thing is that you can go down to talk with your conservative buddies, and the conservative buddies, half of them, because of the conservative content creators, will tell you that this isn't happening, or if it happens, it's rare. But you go over to anti-white, any anti-white circle, and they'll say, yes, it's happening if they believe that you endorse it, and it's a good thing. Amazing. So the people actually being victimized, a big chunk of them are saying, no, this doesn't happen.
There's no way we're hiring a white male Mitchell. They say,
Like straight to you, or okay.
They'd be very careful how they message that to the
Spartan's asking for a MC for affirmative action, meme pathogen, MP, affirmative action. And what I normally have done over the years is I turn right around and I say that affirmative action is anti-white. I don't know if we have a MC is not coming to mind at the moment. If anybody else knows that if we have one, to immediately turn it around, what we want to do is focus with the response on the victimization of white people. Affirmative action is anti-white discrimination. White people are not being hired, specifically white males. So how could you endorse that? Is the kind of way that I've responded to people. On the basis of their birth. They're not being hired on the basis of their birth. And I've had anti-whites say to me, oh, well, they'll be fine. And then I say, how do you know that? And still, even if they are fine, you don't know that they'll all be fine at all. We have skyrocketing suicide rates among white men. You don't know that they'll be fine. But still, you believe it's okay, you believe it's good, you believe it's moral to discriminate against people on the basis of their birth. That would make you anti-white.
I've been the company 11 years now, so I have friends in HR and I have friends in those divisions, and they're like, look, nobody else is going to tell you this, Mike, but they're not considering any white males for the shop.
Look, I heard this my whole life. And I told you all, going and talking to people at HR, and one of those HR departments, the person really risked their own career by telling me outright, no, just don't bother. Like, kind of like this guy is doing. The others, though, intimated it. I would say, hey, you're not hiring any white guys? We're currently hiring people of color. So you're not hiring white guys? We are currently hiring people of color. So my whole life. So am I okay? Did I live the life that I should have lived? That I deserve to live as a consequence of my talents and my sacrifice, my dues that I paid, my hard work? Did I live the life that I was supposed to? Is that how America is supposed to work? All the white guys out there right now, and some of the white females, did you all live the lives that you were supposed to live? No. Because of anti-white, because of this shit right here. So is it good enough to do like a conservative and act like, oh no, it's not race-based? We're going to be talking about that in a little bit. It's not race-based. They just want to divide us on race. Don't help them, right? Or is that going to help? Or is the other end of the spectrum, oh, it's the fault of the dues or the whatever, and you got a great excuse? Or how about those who want to have a wish list? Well, you know what? If we just had, how about we actually do something? Loser. How about we actually do something?
So unfortunately, this isn't a surprise that this is what's happening with Disney. However, it's still unethical. It's still discrimination. And when they speak of caring about these principles of equality and fairness.
So that's where, like, it is unethical. It is discriminatory. But the first thing is that it's anti-white. The very first thing. If she were Jewish, and we were all trying, the Jewish people didn't have, a percentage of them didn't have this in-group preference for individual well-being by way of group well-being, and we were trying to engender that, or it was getting started for the Jewish community, she would start off by saying that it was anti-Semitic. If this were happening specifically, like we read, Jew in the City, the article, about Ashkenazi Jews, because they look too much like white guys, they're not getting hired in Hollywood anymore. It's not fair. But they start off with, it's anti-Semitic. Then they throw in, well, it's discriminatory, it's unethical, it's anti-Semitic. Why? Get the book. Get the Go Free Stratagem.
And then focus on division at the workplace. I mean, you're just hypocrites.
We wanted to hire somebody in the department a few years ago now, who was half black, but didn't appear half black. They wanted somebody in meetings who would appear a certain way, and he wasn't going to bring that to the meeting.
This is why.
Let me quickly jump in. I don't know if she's going to say it, but I can see a lot of conservative, normal, the vagues out there. I could see them responding to this by saying how awful it is that they didn't hire a black guy because he's not black enough. Can you believe it? That black guy was discriminated. You can see they're actually saying no white guys. How many white motherfuckers do you know out there? I'm like Jamaal Bowman's counterpart, apparently. Should I pick my desk chair up and wave it over my head? Maybe I'll tear my shirt across and be like, ah. How many white people out there do you know? And we all know tons. And why is it? It's because of the anti-white moral imperative that would watch this video, that would watch the OMG video in toto, seeing the guy responsible for hiring saying, we don't hire white men. The entire video about that, and they would focus in on how Disney didn't hire a black guy because he wasn't black enough. No. Here's what healthy people do. I'm going to tell you, this is why we are above, and they're all these tards in the tard farm, okay? They're in the tard farm, and we're way above it. We're looking out at the tard farm below, okay? They didn't hire the black guy because he was too white. Do you see how that works? The persecution, the discrimination, the focus for victimization is on us. The black guy wasn't not hired because he's black, but wasn't black enough. The black guy wasn't hired because he was too white, and white people are the people discriminated against. Jesus Christ. I'm so beyond fed up with dealing with the tards out there.
The newer movies do so poorly because you're hiring people not based on their merit, if they're actually a good choice for the job, but based on how black they are, right? It's like that Family Guy meme, right?
No, she just got it wrong. Misha. We'll get it right. We'll get it right. We'll get it right.
But based on how black they are, right? It's like that Family Guy meme, right? With okay and not okay, except you would switch the colors. Because apparently, if you don't look black enough, you're not going to be hired.
No comment.
Guessing that there's a acceptable code words and buzzwords that are used.
I have not watched this video, but it until just now, we're watching it together. But it's so inevitable. I've been doing this for decades. I would had to have been in like a massive auto accident where I batted my head against the dash and the windshield 50 times like a ping pong ball thrown from the vehicle. And then my head is run over by two 18-wheelers and a Clydesdale that had broken loose from a farm and was running down the highway, to not know that that was coming next.
To explain what they're looking for. They might say something like, you know, look, we're not looking at like the usual suspects for this job.
This is the kind of thing, look at the smirk. This is the kind of thing that I've been talking about forever. And I've been right all along.
Enough. So it's like not like a legally actionable thing.
No legally actionable thing. Because all those back in the Tea Party days, they were all like, no, they can't do that. That's illegal. No, I don't think they're really doing that. I mean, it might happen like once or twice here or there, but it's illegal. Bitch, the hell's wrong with you? Open your goddamn eyes. They can't do it because it's illegal. It's happening everywhere.
So everybody knows what it means.
And here we have this video of a man entering the women's restroom. He's confronted, but this is how he responds.
Oh, this dude thinks he can be in the women's bathroom.
This girl is a racist white bitch. Racist white bitch.
I'm calling security right now.
You know, I'm surprised he played the race card and not the trans card. He could have easily said, well,
both of them are the race card. Both of them. Because it's the norm of Western civilization for males to be men and females to be women. And that's been white erased because it's our norm.
well, I'm actually a woman, because anyone can be a woman now, right? You don't have to look like one. But he goes for the race card and obviously deflecting from the real issue, which is that he doesn't care about respecting women's privacy or safety. And again, like with most of these accusations of racism,
that's not the real issue. And you're not going to win by saying, oh, this is an issue of female privacy.
It undermines actual instances of racism. What was racist about that woman not wanting a man in the women's restroom? You're a guy, you shouldn't be here. Oh yeah, you're a white racist. See, that's not making sense. Now this—
Please, Misha, please stop legitimizing their concepts. Racist means that white people are immoral, that it is immoral for white people to have well-being. I don't care what the dictionary says. The actionable definition is in the heads of the people who live in the world. That's where the actionable definition is, not the dictionary. You know it, down deep, you know it. You can point to the rule book all you want. It doesn't matter. That is what racist racism means. And if you want female privacy in the bathroom, in the showers, you want female sports, then you have to defeat anti-whiteism. That is what's destroying all of that. You're not going to be able to make abstract arguments about right to privacy, right to bodily integrity, right to what kind of abstraction would they have for the sports to compete against one's peers? I mean, all of this, you're not going to get any of that back with those abstractions. We have got to defeat the ideology that is attacking us on the basis of our birth. That's its target. That's why all of these other things are targeted and pulled down.
This is an episode from a show called New Amsterdam, and I want you to hear why this doctor is explaining to the mom why her son's tumor has grown.
He's disenfranchised. I think your son's tumor was caused by racism.
Is that a real show? Oh my God. Yeah. There's no end to it. There's no end. Because it is, as I was talking about a little earlier, this is based in this genetic urge for ideology, for religion. There's no end to it.
Totally understandable look of confusion on the mother's face. That would be a great time to say, it's time to find a new doctor.
Here in this progressive hospital, I have to deal with my progressions every day.
All of this, everything you're talking about.
Wait, so was the doctor a white guy and the mother that was finding out that she should have another doctor non-white? That seems like anti-whiteism right there.
Has nothing to do with you and everything to do with the world around you.
There have been so many moments, and this is just another example. These new doctor shows, these medical dramas that I watch, I just wish that Greg House would appear and listen to this conversation. I want House to react to that.
You're stupid.
Another character?
The tumor grew because of racism. Yeah.
Combines a nitrate with a blood pressure pill. It's targeted to African Americans. Targeted? Yeah, well, see, we tend to have nitric oxide deficiencies. And the studies show this drug counteracts that problem.
I've had white people lying to me for 60 years.
Trouble with us black folk. We can't tell the difference anymore between racism and everybody gets screwed.
Okay, so she's showing now a clip from a show of the good black guy. It's like obligatory for conservative content creators. It's like obligatory. Like, let's make sure where's the homage to the Angel Eyes group. Let's genuflect. Let's bend over at the waist.
I'm not buying into no racist drug, okay?
It's racist because it helps black people more than white people. I'll give you the same medicine we give Republicans.
I jumped through hoops to get him into a progressive school with a uniform policy. I got him into group sports with diverse coaches. His friends are amazing.
Yeah, but it wasn't enough. What you should have done if you really wanted to shield him, protect him from racism and from evil white people. By the way, they have a white doctor, which is crazy. I mean, that might be traumatizing this kid further. But let's say you really wanted to help this child out with his upbringing. Put bubble wrap around the walls. Paint butterflies and rainbows everywhere. Oh, and some BLM fists too. Maybe add some stuffed animals in the corner. Some lullaby music can be playing. Then you can prevent the tumor from growing.
Okay, do y'all see any issue with talking about fiction as though it's the real world? Do y'all notice an issue with that?
As long as he's shielded from any potential discomfort or from white people.
The rich get richer while the poor get poorer.
Absolutely, 10.
You feel threatened, harassed, even if you can't articulate why.
Chronic stress can negatively impact your health, your physical health, 100%. But by this logic, you can say, yeah, you're sick because of sexism. You're sick because of racism. You're sick because of xenophobia. You're sick because your boss, right? He's stressing you out. You're sick because anonymous user 56
use their terminology, legitimizes their ideology.
Commented something mean. I don't think it's an appropriate way to talk about the diagnosis and the treatment. I'm sure we all know how stress can negatively impact your mental health and your physical health. But racism equals cancer. This is a stitch, but this woman originally is saying she doesn't like to share the road with them.
I live in Texas and I do not like sharing the road with them.
Oh, I live in Texas too, and I love sharing the roads with them.
And you know exactly who I mean when I say them.
Oh, you mean white
Whitey.
people? I mean, you could have just said white people.
White is a dirty word. We don't say white anymore. We say milk crickets.
So, do you see what she just did right there? What Misha's doing right there? Do you remember when we had, I think it was Hannity, and who was that pinhead that was on with him? Was it Josh Hawley? And they were on, and they did this very bizarre demonstration of what we see in victimized people, and that abused people. And that is, they were taking on the morality and speaking the catechisms of the victimizer. And you see Misha doing it right now. You can't, it is delivered as irony, but stated as fact. What we can and cannot do, as determined by our victimizer. You see the depth of the psychological warfare and how completely it controls the human animal. Slaughtz says everything she said has been treated as real as fiction is. Dismissible. Yes, very well stated. James says, I'm going to explain how and why racist is an anti-white slur to Misha. I usually say that if, quote, all whites are racist, close quote, then the two are interchangeable. Very good. Yes. Try that out on her. We love Misha. We think she's got great potential. And she's going in the right direction. She'll be able to help a lot of people. She's helping a lot of people. Slaughtz pointing out we don't just lose our jobs, we lose our mentorships, our training, our careers. And you could add the families that we could have had with the income, the status, the clout, the security. How many white women want to marry? How many quality white women want to marry a white guy who can't get a good, stable job? And how many white guys can get a good, stable job as a consequence of anti-whiteism? Leonard says, how do you think the war in Ukraine and in the Middle East will end, especially since there are talks of invasion of Lebanon by the IDF against Hezbollah? More escalation or ceasefire? I still see Ukraine potentially if Trump gets in, this could change. But being a war of attrition. I said that from the beginning, that the anti-white oligarchs in the US and its satellites versus the anti-white oligarchs in Russia, they'll just keep pouring money and blood, white men's blood, and they might even end up going to Africa to get sold. Who knows? To keep fighting until Russia can't fight anymore. And it wouldn't be a nuclear exchange. They would just keep moving. Russia wouldn't be able to keep the fight. It would be bankrupting the country, and they would retreat. The other possibility, the much better possibility for white people to end this brothers' conflict, is Trump gets in office, and Trump says, you've taken to the river that divides the country and the southern part of the country, which you want for the access to that part of the ocean, that part of the world. You can have that no more. The war ends today. And the war would end because this whole claim that Russia wants to invade Poland and all this other, that's all bullshit. That's all war propaganda. That's how that war would end. Israel, who knows? Who knows? I think it's unlikely that they would actually invade Lebanon. I think it's more likely that they would fortify the border, and that there might be advocates for war with Lebanon in Israel. I don't doubt that. But I think it's less likely that they would choose to invade, especially with already this much momentum against them, the country of Israel, and Israeli supporters in Western countries around the world. So probably the people who are telling you about war in Lebanon are trying to gin up views and eyeballs. That's more likely. But you know what? If Israel goes to war with Hezbollah in Lebanon, I'm over here fighting for white well-being and ending the victimization of my people. That's what I'm doing. Will America and the UK and Italy, and will they all give money and weapons to Israel to fight in Lebanon? Probably. So I can't stop that. I can't influence that. I could ruin my life by going out and having vicious arguments of no consequence with people. I could waste my time. I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm just saying generally. I could waste my time online having arguments about this, about which group is worse. I really don't give a shit. I can't influence the conflict one iota, but I can stop the victimization of my people. I can do it in the circles through which I float, and I can influence others to do so in the circles through which they move. Those are real things we can do. And since our victimization is what matters to us, and putting an end to it is what matters to us, then that sort of thing happening elsewhere in the world is like a distant noise for me, not something that is central. But generally speaking, I don't see Israel wanting to expand a conflict with an actual army. Hezbollah has a couple 100,000 soldiers, I understand, actually trained, tons of weaponry. They could present an actual fight that they would lose, but they could present an actual fight. Iran would complain, might supply weapons, but otherwise would not attack Israel in any substantive way. I don't see that happening, just as they haven't all along, because they want to be alive, and war with Israel means they're all dead.
We say ghost crickets, we say bleach demons, or now I guess we say them.
Their privilege is...
We say, you never own. That was something that when I was on the Hill, it drove me absolutely insane. They would talk about what we are doing. It would be, we are keeping the border wide open. This was the nerve center for the biggest conservative groups in the country. And that's what the kind of talk that they used. We are keeping the border open. We are funding all of these detrimental programs. We are doing, and the human brain does not work that way. You can't be saying we and then think for remedies to we when you're not responsible for it. That's one of the reasons why so many otherwise smart people throw their hands up and then say nothing can be done. Because what's the answer for why you're doing a thing that you oppose?
It's loud and clear, even on the road.
How dare you white people be on the road?
You can be in a 40-mile-per-hour zone in Texas, and they expect you to go 80 because they can get away with it, because they know that the police officers aren't.
Oh yeah, that's what's gonna happen. The police are, you know what, they beat the shit out of me. And I am Snow White. And I was a juvenile too. Gun pulled on me, beat the shit out of me. So don't get it, just riding a dirt bike on the road, on a suburban road. So don't give me this bullshit. It's so hard for us.
You sound ridiculous.
Ridiculous, and also full of so much anger. Like the way she's just looking into the camera, like the side eye, and just the way she's speaking. This person is so mad at them.
Just say you're a bad driver and move along. Girl, you don't own the roads in Texas. If you don't like driving around people who don't look like you.
This is the base black girl. And so all the white people, you know what the truth is? I could have like a vial with the remedy. that's almost white people because of Big Pharma. Everything is just like, is it a pill? Can I drink a liquid? I'll have that. If it's something that you have to practice in life, they're like, no, thank you. I could have a vial that would cure you. I could send you a vial and be like, look, it'll make everything better in the country. And have it working, and everybody knows it's peer reviewed, it's in the journals and everything like that, and it's working. I could have the vial, and white people would still show up for that black girl. They would take one look at a proud white man and then say, no, where's the based black person? How much do you want to bet this black woman here gets invited to a conservative conference as speaker?
Which is racism. Move out of Texas. We don't need people like this over here. Bye.
Exactly. Like I said, it just seems like she's full of hate. Because also, if you're going to be talking about race and being respectful and being empathetic, what does that say about you if you then show us such a lack of respect and empathy for others? You don't really want a more inclusive and harmonious society.
I don't want an inclusive society. I want a white society, because my people make Western civilization. We make it every second of our existence. It's not made and it's done, and now anybody can take the controls. No, white people have to be here, super majority, making it with our existence, because we are the people who project it into the world. There is no Western civilization out there if it isn't in here. I don't want inclusion. I don't need diversity of cultures. We all know that at its root, at our core, we need the norms of Western civilization. Nobody is stronger by this mishmash, this witch's cauldron of shit.
You just want a virtue signal. You just want to use your race as an excuse to be a terrible human being and promote this us versus them mentality. I'll use the leftist language for this one because maybe more people will understand me. You should do better. And also let me know what you think about these videos in the comments below.
Okay, so you could use our language and say to them, you shouldn't be anti-white. You shouldn't be immoral, anti-white, pig. That's what should happen. So that the first black female, not the second one, the first black female was an anti-white pig. It would have been so nice if the second black female had said, this woman's anti-white. That'd have been great, wouldn't it? All right. We're going to be celebrating this young lady because she's amazing. But before we do that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
this land.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. You know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is swashbuckling. The community who has victories has arrived on planet Earth. This is where we are. This is the only place you'll find the victories. And we begin with the one and only Franklinator. IRL wallpapering. Nothing but 007s, quadruple 07s, Walker's emojis. Spartan's got the right idea with the swashbuckling flag. This is for the flamboyance of this, really changing the world. Special forces, not the special needs, like the rest of the useless talking garbage out there. Franklinator puts his life out there, his time. He's wallpapering. He's in here in the live chat, and he is moderating as a troll slayer. He's one of the best par excellence troll slayers. He's also getting together the majority of these victories. And if you are having a victory over the course of the week, it's weekly. If you have a victory over the course of the week, you want to reach out to Franklin. He's in the live chat right now. Talk with him so that you can know where you can reach him with that victory to help him get your victory up, because we want to celebrate the work that you are doing. We want to help you write your name into the pages of our story. God bless Big Franklin, the Big Franklinator. Franklin must be 20 feet tall, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all of this. Franklin also wants to celebrate Biospirit of the West, Ivan, Lockie, and Jay Bishop, all who attended Donald Trump Jr., the #1 son, who we have swashed on, and he's a moral man, and he's gotten so many of these concepts already he's used. And oddly enough, Donald Trump himself coming out with anti-white, and there's a big problem with it. It's not acceptable to be anti-white. Wonder how that happened. Big salute to these champions. Biospirit, Ivan, Lucky, and Jay Bishop, as well as the great Franklinator, making it a deed of his life. A hero upon heroes. God blessing the great Franklinator. I want to celebrate again Marie Curie from last week. $700 testimony to white well-being, testimony to the Go Free stratagem. God bless you, Marie Curie. Thank you so very much. $700 last week. We love you. Thank you. We want to take a quick look. Look at this. Big celebration, big applause, big on your feet. One of Western kind. Over here, and he is under Nigel Farage. He says, Khan, is rabidly anti-white. Anti-whiteism is a growing evil in Britain. Not 6,000 views, over 100 likes, retweets, all of this. Nigel Farage fans, give it up for One of Western Kind introducing concepts over there with these normal people. Wonder how it's happening. Well, One of Western Kind did it, bitch. That's how it happened. We got to also celebrate Sean in Canada. Take a look at this. These posted on a message board, and he may have had something to do with the posting of these things. Who knows? The swashing is taking place all over the world. Wallpapering. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Anti-white hiring practice killing British Columbians. Using Western Kind down here in the flyer as well. The leaflet posted. Give it up. Big swashbuckling flags listing the companies out there who are being anti-white. Worst offenders of anti-whiteism. But he wasn't done there. Check this out. Bing, here's another one. Newton Starbucks, violent anti-white establishment. Using anti-whiteism. And this, folks, this is using Westman. Anti-white supremacy down there. Anti-whiteism. Western Kind. Look at all the concepts being used in the leaflet. Anti-white. You wonder how these concepts are making it out into the world. This is what changes the way our victimization is discussed, because these concepts are a curative contagion. The white people being victimized want to repeat these things because they're powerful tools to them. They can recognize it immediately. God bless. Sean in Canada, a once great country, spreading the dialectical powers of the Go Free stratagem. That's big swashbuckling there. Here we have the great Dandy Westman. And I wanted to point this out from the debate. Look at what Dandy says here. Direct excerpt from the book Go Free. Big swash. But to give him some big round of raucous emojis, keep him going. A guide to aligning with the archetype of Western Kind by no white guilt. Listed under meme curatives. Quote, increasing my likelihood of dying from X is not legitimized by saying that I am already likely to die from Y, close quote. For example, so he's quoting right from our book, right from our strategy. For example, anti-whites will say that we already might get raped by a white rapist, so why object to bringing in non-white rapists into the country? Or anti-whites will say that we already might get murdered by a white murderer, so why object to increasing the likelihood of being murdered by a non-white terrorist? This is exactly what Biden said. Big, I mean, that's kick-ass. Dandy Westman. Learn perfectly crafted counter responses like this and more to defeat the anti-white pretexts that are used to justify white erasure and the victimization of Western Kind by anti-whiteism at nowhiteguilt.org. Or purchase a copy of Go Free on Amazon. Go Free, a guide to aligning with the archetype of Western Kind. Folks, give this man some big celebration, some big love, some big swashbuckling. We love it. Well done. And this is my screen capture and repost of it just the other day, just yesterday. So views are not very large yet, but climbing, considering that I'm so shadow banned. Give it up for Dandy Westman. We want to keep big swash going for Lucky Lunda Thunder from down under. But listen to what the great Lucky Lunda's been up to. Spoke on One Nation Senator Malcolm Roberts, introduced Go Free to him. He said, there's no shame, quote, there's no shame in being white. These are political party members, and he can explain to you if he's in the live chat right now. This is deep swashing from the epic swashbucklers of Go Free down in Aussie-land. He took a photo of my copy of Go Free, and I gave him an NWG business card. Number 2, spoke to a young bloke with political aspirations, mentioned the importance of Go Free, used examples like Trump's use of anti-white. He understood the importance of it and said the lexicon is smart, said he'll check out the book. 3, spoke to local One Nation candidate is that Taryn Gillard introduced Go Free to her, explained its importance, and assured her that the lexicon will aid her when campaigning. Gave her a business card. She asked me to contact her further via email. Folks, get on your feet. Quadruple 07s, big swashbuckling flags. Get them kind they throw up at auto dealerships for the great Lucky Lunder, Thunder Down Under, and keep that going for the entire Go Free team down in Iceland, led by Baron White. Give it up for these champions, for all the work that they are doing. Big salutes. We love you guys. You are awesome. Danunaki wanted to share this with everybody. Check this out. Hey, Jason, I've been posting for a while on Professor Nez's channel, describing how what he was calling reverse racism or racism is anti-white. He finally said it in his latest video. Exposed. Disney executive caught on camera admitting we don't hire white males. DEI policies, 50, that's 50 minute or second time stamp. I don't want to take credit if there were other white well-being advocates drip feeding him, but I have been persistently posting the corrections to his narrative in the comments for about 6 months. The video already up to, this was days ago, 15,000 in one day, and his channel has 237,000 followers. Give it up for Danunaki and his swashbuckling over on Nez, Professor Nez channel. Show him love. Drop him some crowns. Drop him some gems, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep it going with the great Azimuth Clark. Had this to share about Sam Hyde. Comedian Sam Hyde used anti-white during his stream to explain a show called So Many White Guys. Sam talks about the state of comedy and the publicly funded garbage being pushed on us. So Many White Guys is a show that is publicly funded in New York. Taxpayers are on the hook for anti-white propaganda. Sam Hyde using anti-white is a huge victory, and it's not the first time. Where did Sam Hyde hear our lexicon? Someone, writes Azimuth Clark, gave Sam 2,500 super chat dollars denouncing anti-whiteism. It was shown before every show. Sam has a very large audience and reaches millions of people. Let's keep the celebrations going for Azimuth Clark swashing over there, and the great Tol Köhne, who was the swashbuckling hero that financially gifted that massive sum to Sam Hyde to pay for the advertising for the work we're doing here. Azimuth Clark wraps up. So here I am swashbuckling around. I'm on channels with millions of subs, and I'm reading the comments. I'm seeing dozens of people using anti-white. These are people not in our community. They are writing things like, I'm sick and tired of anti-whiteism. I replied to them, are you going free? Do you know about No White Guilt channel? Ladies and gentlemen, we are winning, all capital letters. It's happening just as Jason said it would. The anti-whites are infected with anti-whiteism. We are the antibiotics. As they wake up from the anti-white narrative, they tell friends and family. I'm having success with people online and in real life. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone, for helping this community. We are taking our destiny back. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody on their feet, get out your papas. Get out your, throw some dinosaurs his way. Azimuth Clark, show him the love. We are seeing the victory. What an epic testimonial. And we got one more. We are going to celebrate next. Another testimonial here for cool Papa J Magic's daughter. His very daughter we're celebrating. Make sure she feels your love. Are there princesses in the emojis? Are there little tiaras? Whatever you can find for the little girl. He writes this. I have a funny little story. It cracks me up. My daughter and I love to play this game with some other neighborhood kids. When I have a duck puppet and the raccoon puppet, and she plays with a doll. As the crowd gains their breath, we make funny skits and film little videos, and everyone laughs. It's a great time. So a couple of days ago, we were playing this game where the duck is just flying around, acting like an idiot and messing everything up, while her doll kept telling him how to do things right. A few minutes into it, she stops mid-sentence, drops the doll, and stares at the floor and says, quote, "This whole game is a meme pathogen," close quote. Then did this little facepalm gesture. She's totally right. The girl doll was consistently correcting the boy duck, which is something we point out often when watching any form of entertainment. I actually noticed it while we were playing too, but we were having so much fun, and it doesn't usually go this way, so I figured I'd just let it go. She didn't, though. Oh my God, I laugh every time I think about the way she said it. And yes, I'm absolutely very proud of her. Brother, we are all very proud of that daughter of the West. My God. Using the technical terms of our victimization, this little girl, I don't think of our future with daughters and sons of the West like this. Make sure she feels everybody's love. That is totally epic. God bless. Cool, Papa J Magic's sweet little daughter of the West, identifying the meme pathogen. Let's keep going with these, ladies and gentlemen. There she is, Misha Petrov. She went from using racist to anti-white racist to anti-white with a hyphen. Now anti-whiteism. All we have left is to drop that hyphen. And this young lady, too, on her way to become a lady of the West. Well done, Misha. Show her some love. Make sure she feels the pride that we have for her. We have, ladies and gentlemen, Eric down under. And here he is over there on Pauline Hanson's channel, speaking and getting the likes from her audience. Also with a channel called No White Guilt on YouTube. Advertising us here. Make sure he feels the love. Letting her audience know here that we are for them to get further educated, further saved, further delivered. The White Baron. I wonder who that could be. Down under. We love it. Here he is. Pauline Hanson still. Yes, it does. The only thing they are producing is shows full of anti-whiteism. Heard of a channel called No White Guilt before? Over there, big love. Responding to Eric. Wonder who that could be. Down under. Love for the brother down under. ABC stands for Anti-White Broadcasting Company. Love this, Pauline. 251 likes from their audience. Our lexicon, our dialectics, able to be picked up by every vague around the rest. Every vague across the West. Keep it going. Anglo-Saxon and WG over here on the Benny Show. Who else is sick of these anti-white attacks on Trump? 2.2 thousand likes from Benny's audience. 78 replies and climbing. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. Keep it going for him. Swashbuckling flags. We got a few more coming from his epic victories over the course of the week. Here he is again. Who else is sick and tired of being sick and tired of the rampant anti-whiteism in our country? Nearly 1,000 likes from Benny Johnson's audience and climbing. 43 replies. People talking about it. Anglo-Saxon continuing. 007s for this hero. Who else is sick of systemic anti-whiteism? From Tucker's audience, from the vagues who are on Tucker's audience, over 1,000 likes, 54 replies, and climbing. And I believe I understand, maybe Franklin can add in here. This might be at the very top of the comments, or it's one of these from Tucker. Tucker again. Anglo-Saxon over there writes, who else is sick and tired of being sick and tired of the anti-white attacks on Trump? 9, so 1,000 likes over here, 25 replies. And remember, when these when these terms, when these concepts, when our arguments that we construct, the dialectics, come out of these circles, it's because we were there swashing them. We have all the receipts. It was all planned in advance. These aren't people taking credit for things that happen. These aren't people jumping into a trend, jumping into a rhythm, jumping into a stream or a current and claiming that they had something to do with it. We are the originators of the current. Anglo-Saxon did it, bitch. Anyone else sick of the rampant anti-whiteism in our country? Nearly 600 likes over there on the quartering. Jeremy's wondering, how is this happening in my audience? We know how. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon. Big applause. Big on your feet. Give him the crowns. Give him the crowns. Anglo-Saxon over on Officer Tatum, who has shown more than once the man is moral. Anglo-Saxon says, who else is sick? A white erasure of the country. 500 likes, 43 comments and climbing over there on Officer Tatum's conservative audience. Here he is again. Take a look at that. Getting a heart from Officer Tatum himself. Who else is sick of the politicians spewing anti-white rhetoric? 720 likes and climbing. 65 replies and climbing, ladies and gentlemen. Officer Tatum himself. Beloved by many vagues out there. Look at his shirt right there. The Trump is there. The Trump is climbing. So when these people who otherwise, hearing it from me, hearing it from you, generally speaking, are not going, they're going to say it's not about race. When they hear Officer Tatum say it's about race against white people, victimizing white people, when they hear that, they're going to say, tired of the anti-white rhetoric. Well done, Anglo-Saxon NWJ. Still sticking with Officer Tatum. Bing! Take a look, take a look, take a look. Whoa, and you know, it's Anglo-Saxon NWG. 2.2 thousand likes of Officer Tatum audience. Sick of the anti-white attacks on Trump. 100 replies almost and climbing. Officer Tatum responding to The View, a bunch of anti-white scum over there. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Salty Caraca. Who else is sick and tired of the anti-whiteism? 2,000 likes, 71 replies and climbing. Man, this guy, Anglo-Saxon NWG, did it, bitch. Give the love. Give some love. Show him the love. Ooh, look at that. Bio-Spirit of the West. The team leader himself. Multi-talented, multifaceted. Here he is. Working on 9,000 views in response to a Mick O'Keefe post, I think is what it is. We must get rid of the anti-whiteism destroying our Western countries. Anti-whiteism has no home here. Oh my God, give it up for the team leader of the OT. Ladies and gentlemen, team leader of the OT. Bio-Spirit of the West in the house, behind the scene, pulling levers, cranking wheels. And he's out there in front leading. We love you, brother. Well done. Cool Papa J Magic. Not only does he have a cool daughter, but the man is cool himself over here on Lotus Eaters. I live in Idaho, USA, and we are being targeted for white erasure. I want my country back. 158 and climbing likes from Lotus Eaters audience. Give it up for the great cool Papa J Magic. Keep it going for him. He's got quite a few more. Around the country, across the West, we are sick of watching our homelands being white erased. House by house, street by street, neighborhood by neighborhood, state by state. The soul of our countries are changing because the people are changing. That's just the reality. This is over on Justice, actual Justice Warrior, so it's his audience. Oh, and we're sick of being slurred and slandered when we notice what's happening and speak about it. Anti-whiteism has to stop. 200 likes and climbing from actual Justice Warriors audience members. Remember, none of these people are ours. Azimuth Clark over there noticing, I think it was Azimuth Clark, noticing the people everywhere he goes across all of these different content creators, their audience members, using our dialectics, our arguments, using our lexicon, our concepts. It's because of the outreach team. You too can be celebrated. Get your victories over the past week to the great Franklinator. He's in the live chat now. Reach out to him. He will get you up here, and we will celebrate. If you're not already in touch with me and bringing these victories to me, he will get your victories up here. And we've got more to come. Become a part of the outreach team. Be a change agent. Step up from special needs to special warfare, goddammit. Let's keep it going. Cool Papa J Magic on a Salty Cracker video. I wish Trump would have called him out for his anti-whiteism. He's pushing white erasure as a moral good, and that is unacceptable. Nearly 200 likes from Cracker's audience and climbing. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. But Jason, I mean, it's over in Officer Tatum's audience. It's in Actual Justice Warriors' audiences. It's in Salty Crackers. It's in Lotus Eaters. It's in Tucker's audience. It's no shit because we put it there. Because we put it there. Get some class and give the credit where the credit is due. Try to be a white man or white woman for once in your existence. Cool Papa J Magic. Alleged holidays like Juneteenth are way more about demonizing white people than they are about celebrating other people's history or cultures. I'm sick of anti-whiteism. Over 100 likes already and climbing. And who says this? This person says he's sick of anti-whiteism too. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Still going over here on Lotus Eaters himself. Cool Papa says, white is not a skin tone. We exist as a unique people with unique instincts that create Western civilization. The sooner we figure this out and get past the misguided worldview, the better. We were taught the others will come here, see how we live, and adopt our value systems as their own. But over and over, we've been shown this is not true. Western civilization exists because we do. Oh my God. Almost 200 likes on the Lotus Eaters audience for Cool Papa J Magic and his great victory. Holy crap. Give the man some deep respect and love for all the hard work he's doing in service to white well-being. Cool Papa J Magic over here on Michael Knowles now. Any crime incident that doesn't comport with the anti-white narrative will become a hush crime. Nearly 100 and climbing of Michael Knowles' audience. But Jason, it didn't come from your community. It's over there with Michael Knowles' community. It's just everywhere. Cool Papa J Magic did it, bitch. Here we have Actual Justice Warrior. Again, anyone else sick of funding white erasure? Over 5,000 of Actual Justice Warriors audience saying, like this comment for white erasure. 50 replies he engendered. Keep it going. Big salutes, crowns and gems, swashbuckling flags, dinosaurs, Clydesdales, flowers, explosions for Cool Papa J Magic. Take a look as the audience takes a breath. That's how many victories we have. Dino Storm is into the next phase of his epic video game, Westman. Check it out. I tweeted about it. And if he's here, he could tell you roughly the name of his channel. You'll be able to find it. Westman is getting further along an epic video game and victory step for Dino Storm. Getting closer to a completed project. Big love and support and celebration. Let's make sure the popularity of the game grows, ladies and gentlemen. Westman. John G. rocking it again with his perfect handwriting. Who else is sick of anti-whiteism? NoWhiteGuilt.org. You know, if we could put, this is the back of his cars, on highways, on byways, on road fares, on private roads, on public roads, on overpasses, on underpasses, in tunnels, over tall buildings. John G. is advertising, swashbuckling everywhere he travels. If we had to put a number, how many would you guess have seen these sorts of things that he's putting on his vehicle. Hundreds of thousands, maybe since he started, well over 1 million. Make sure John G feels the love. God bless him. He's not done there. This is on the window. Make a tax-deductible donation today. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org 501c3. Holy moly! As if John G couldn't get any more, couldn't become any more of an OG. He's out there in the real world, ensuring as well that we get those big donors that show up and want to make a white positive ADL a real thing. And that is the place they can give the big money for their tax deduction. And remember, they have to write there for no white guilt. For Jason Köhne, add that verbiage. Well done to the great John J in the house. No white guilt clips. No white guilt clips. Who has actually cloned himself. I'm certain of it. There are many no white guilt clips in the world now. He accomplishes so much. He says under this clip here, under this tweet by I am yes, you are no, anti-whiteism is everywhere. 10,000 views of that person's audience and climbing. Likes, retweets, give it up for the great clips. Epic in so many ways. We love you, champion. Swashbuckling flags. Victory galore, crowns and gems. We'll keep it going. I am yes, you are no tweet. No white guilt clips coming in here. This is a consequence of anti-whiteism. In this guy's audience, 13,000 views, hundreds of likes. Give it up for no white guilt clips. My God, you gotta love this. You gotta love it. You gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. The great clips. Standing like the jolly green giant, casting a shadow by which we all might be shaded from the horrors of anti-whiteism. Give him love. Homeless bear. Homeless bear in the house under Elon Musk says anti-whiteism needs to end. Over 5,000 views under Elon Musk. Comment here, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure homeless bear feels the crowns land lightly on his flamboyantly swashbuckling head. We gotta love it. God bless you, brother. Bullseye Pula over there on Tucker. You know what time it is. He's gonna jump in here. It was never about equality. It was anti-whiteism. 21,000 views. But Jason, it's over there in Tucker's audience. You didn't do it. 21,000 views. Big salutes to Zapula. He ain't done. We got him under libs of TikTok. I'm sure Joe Biden will get right on condemning this anti-whiteism. 10,000 views and counting there, ladies and gentlemen. Every week, this amazing community. Hundreds of thousands of eyeballs we reach again and again and again against the torrent of anti-whiteism, against the torrent of those in the white sympathetic sphere trying to stop us and slander us. We are the people making the difference in the world. The White Baron from down under showing up. Never forget the anti-white acts of Albo in the past. Pauline would make a great PM as she would actually address the problems we face as the founding stock of the country. Amen. You have there 155 likes and climbing. But look who we have here showing up. The cool, the one, the only, cool Papa J Magic jumping in. Wonderful to see our champions of the OT. So small, but we're the Special Forces operators. Get one of those posters of a Navy SEAL or a Green Beret coming out of the water, coming out of the jungle. And he's got the fire, got the fully auto firearm here, painted out, decked out with all the gear, because that's what you are, ladies and gentlemen. Special warfare operators. The White Baron back again. 60 likes under Pauline Hanson. Her audience, at this point, woke just means anti-white. Pauline for PM. So her audience is saying, yes, woke just means anti-white. On your feet, on your feet. Fireworks, explosions, crowns dropping on the swashbucklers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how the world has changed. This is how we take back our destiny. And in 10 seconds, we'll be right back with you. Woo! Yes, indeed. What a colossal set of victories. We're going to take a look at the financial gifts right now and all that you are tagging me with. We're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day as well. But before we do that, I want to mention that we do not have any mail in the thaumatological mailbag today. So no mail to talk about. And for our regular announcements, I want us all to wish a happy Promethean white positive birthday to Cassie. Please, everybody, birthday cakes, whatever they have down in the emoji options for birthday celebration. Had her birthday the other day. Big happy birthday to this swashbuckler in the community. Bio Spirit of the West is with us, saying lazy mailman, indeed. Happy birthday, Cassie. Thank you all so much. Make sure she hears this. She's got these beautiful little daughters of the West she's raising. Mama of the West that she is. Wonderful. I also want to mention that as one of our regular announcements, and we'll get into the financial gifts right now, so keep those emojis nearby. I also wanted to mention that I attended the Australian GFC meeting this past week, and I intend to make as many of those as I can. This is how, and the White Baron, and White Baron is with us right now. I thought I saw him. He's with us. Is operating this GFC exactly how they're supposed to be run. They do things like they read the material in Go Free, and they read the material in Prometheus Rising. They read the material in Crucible. They go over these things. They study them. They reach out into the world. They swashbuckle, spreading the lexicon and dialectics, spreading all that we do, spreading knowledge of me and therefore you. When they're spreading knowledge of me, they're spreading knowledge of you because they're coming here. Knowledge of the website. They get together like mature adults. I mean, Australia really showing the way. Really something to be admired. No wish lists. 0 wish lists. And all of these guys are young, but some of them are real young. Really young men of the West. So show some love. Show some love to these folks. No wish lists. None of them are sitting around saying, you know what we need is we need to control the printing of the money. That's what we need. We need to control this political party. We need some more wish lists. No, none of that. None of this infantile bullshit. No doom dissecting. No spending hours on who this person thinks is behind it and who that person thinks is more influential and behind. None of that. All waste of time. No time wasting. Taking the tools, the concepts, the arguments, the dialectics, and then saying, first of all, do we understand them ourselves? Are we treating the mean pathogens in ourselves? Are we going free of this mind disease that is anti-whiteism? And simultaneously saying, how do we bring this remedy that we've seen works? We don't need to see more. We see works and is replicable and scalable. How do we get it to the world? Does this work? How has that worked? Might this work? Let's experiment with that. That didn't work. Let's not do that anymore. Let's try this. Holy shit. If all of us were doing that, if everybody who watched these streams, we have thousands of people watch. If all the thousands that watch, just the thousands that watched, we would recapture our destiny in what would be historically a snap of a finger. So big salutes to these heroes. Gotta love them. Lovely Porridge is over there. You know, that champion. Lunder is there. You know, that champion. Robert is over there. You know, that champion. These champions. What was the other guy's? His name's slipping me right now. I don't know if he wants his name. I don't know if that's his real first name. Maybe we won't say it. Whoever he's known by, share that name. If you know, big celebration. These guys are stepping up. It's wonderful. They have members of normal political parties showing up, reading Go Free, doing a review on it. Everywhere this should be happening. Everywhere. God, what champions. Big love. Let's take a look at these financial gifts and we'll get into the Go Free lesson of the day. And we will begin our Twitter space. We will allow you to have your contributions. George is the name that he's okay with being known as. Yeah, that's what came back to me. And then I was like, wait a second, I don't know. First Last says that I'm really great at comedy. I appreciate it. I've had people come to me for a bunch of different reasons, but comedy being one of them. That my sense of humor, they love it. They laugh the entire time. Every time I tell a joke, they're laughing. And that they hate that they were warded off from me and this community for so long by primarily, of course, the multiracial Jew haters out in the world. And let me tell you, when it comes to let me celebrate, and I don't want to say who, because not everybody wants to be known for this, but for those people, the multiracial Jew haters are the most underhanded garbage on the planet, as you know. We talked about it. So therefore, any means can be used against them. Any means. If you can get them thrown off of any platform, get them thrown off. They will lie about me and say anything that they need to say to get people to not pay attention. And we see it all the time. People saying, oh, I never watched the No White Guilt guy to form my own opinion because I heard all of these things that are lies about him. And it's the work of the J-Spurgs. So if you can get them fired, get them fired. If you can get them thrown off of platforms, get them thrown off of platforms. Everything is on the table for them. Everything. Because everything, they will use everything against me. They have used everything against me to destroy actual work to end our victimizations. So no holds barred. No holds barred when it comes to the multiracial Jew haters. And really the ultimate thing when it's for us, that's just how they're known. That's how it's everybody can identify them. Ultimately, how they're known for us is they're the group that enables, or maybe we phrase it this way, the group that prevents white well-being. They're the group that prevents white well-being. It's not anti-whites. They are the group that prevents white well-being. They're the mechanism that prevents white well-being. Not anti-whites. It's not Jews. It's Jew haters that prevent white well-being. So big salute to everybody who is getting these garbage human beings thrown off of platforms. You want to lie? You want to prevent white well-being? Then everything is on the table for you, scum. Let's get to these financial gifts, which, of course, each and every one of them are testimonial to the success we're having. Beginning on Entropy, on your feet, raucous emojis, get on your feet, big salutes, 007, 96s and crowns, screaming emoji, big waving emoji, ladies and gentlemen, Slaughtz, $100, testimonial to white well-being. God bless you, brother. And what does he say here? He says, for recognizing the anti-white behavior of fashion magazines that turn white women that are skinny away. No doubt young girls see non-whites being fit and think to erase their skin. Beautifully put. God bless you. the great Slaughtz. Big salutes for Slaughtz, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely the case. 100%. Thank you. $100. 100 white well-being dollars. The great Slaughtz just financially gifted. Please, everybody, contributing in so many different ways. Wonderful testimonial here. Thank you so much. 100 white well-being dollars from the great Slaughtz. And of course, over here on Entropy, otherwise known as the Dude Bro Moment platform, financially gifting Dude Bro Moment 50 white well-being dollars, and saying, as is customary for this champion, for white well-being. Show him your love. Put some crowns on his head. Put some crowns on his head. Dude Bro Moment has one of those capes that kings wear, and then the train is like 14 miles long. So just drop some crowns on Dude Bro Moment. God bless you, brother. Wilson Bear. Keep it going for Wilson Bear. Big salutes. 07s. Gems for his feet. Grilling some steaks for dinner with no white guilt. 20 white well-being dollars. God bless you for that. We'll come back for everybody else that is still over here on Entropy. Want to get around to the celebratory financial gifts. We will refresh here. We will swivel around. How are we looking over here, ladies and gentlemen? No financial gifts on Rumble. Didn't miss them. How about over here? No celebratory financial gifts on Odyssey. Let me look back this direction. Didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. We're good there. Keep the raucous emojis and celebration going. 96s. Are there seagulls? I want to hear seagulls in the background. I want to hear the music of the beach for these two champions. No white guilt clips coming in with 50 white well-being dollars. No white guilt clip. He's surfing in, swashbuckling, and right beside him, first, last, $100. Surfing in swashbuckling style, flamboyantly as they can be, a parade of women and colorful parrots behind them for their swashbuckling. $50 from the great Clips, $100 from the great First Last, who also wants us to think about Dvorak. God bless you, brother. Thank you, both of these champions in the house. The same champions. It's coming down to the same champions, folks. Think about this. Your names for all time. Think about it. It's not going to be the people who cycled in, cycled out. It's going to be the people who cycled in and stayed and kept contributing in multiple ways. Those will be the people who are remembered for all time as the change agents in Western civilization. And the evidence for the change is all around us. Indisputable. We have over here on Cash App as well, the great Use the Unifier, writing with her financial gift. Weekly folk tithe for white well-being. $5 financial gift. God bless you. She will be live tomorrow at 6. Is it 6? Correct me if I'm wrong. Discordant Dragons over there on her channel. Make sure that you watch. Also, later in the week on Thursday, she is also live with News Fist. Make sure. Is that also at 6? Is it 7? It's at 6 or 7. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. My alarm goes off. I'm working, and I know to make it on. I know to click it on right away in both cases. We have over here on Entropy, Spartan. $15 financial gift. God bless you for that, Spartan. I really appreciate it. For our most learned and erudite professor of white well-being. God bless you for that. I deeply appreciate it. The most learned and erudite professor. I will take the title. I appreciate that most deeply. And you can see, what do we have? What's my quote here? I am part of the 2%. I will let you guess what 2% that is. God bless you, Spartan. $15. We also have Wilson Bear, $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. He says, and this is over on Entropy, aka Dude Bro Moment platform. Would it be weird to name my next son Westman? Wouldn't it be funny if we could popularize that name? Well, to name the son Westman, I don't know, what would you call him for short? Like when you're hollering at him, or not when you're mad. I'm sure when you're mad, you would say the full Westman. Would he be, when he's a little boy, would he be Westy? I don't know. Somebody jump in. It's definitely something to consider. That would be cool. I think it would definitely be the first. Or if not as a first name, a middle name. But that would be cool if we popularize that. Kind of like all of the Arabs being Mohammed. Wouldn't that be something? Be kind of cool. Somewhere in the child's name is Westman. And it can even, or maybe we can make it a little bit more feminine sounding for the girls. It's not West woman. Westman is like human. Women are not excluded from human. Westman is male and female, unisex, English language. Or maybe Westy in the name for girls. That would be kind of cool. All right. It's big thank you to everybody who was celebrating. Leonard says, what do you think about prepping, stocking up on medicine and food and ammo? I'm of the position that prepping for roughly 3 months is a sage thing to do. If you have the ability, the money, the extra money to prep for 3 months of things like food, medicine, ammo, then yes. Prepping beyond that is a massive waste. The kind of prepping that would have to take place for any societal collapse is beyond a family. You end up wasting massive money and time. You waste time on gathering this stuff up, working for it, educating yourself about it, that you should be investing in going free and promulgating the lexicon and dialectics, the stratagem. You waste time because you are just building a mausoleum. You'll die. If there's collapse and anarchy, you're going to die. We need a white positive morality to positively infuse our population. Then you have the possibility of communities that could survive. In lieu of that, without that, then 3 months is going to be all you're going to be able to do. Do not end up like these old timers that I've watched, and maybe you haven't been around since I've told these stories, because I think it's been a while. But I have watched old timers go to their graves, having wasted their entire life prepping. Don't do it. I shared the story of the guy who his whole family, his wife and his children, turned against him. And they were vaguish. They became totally anti-white, hating him because he wasn't going free using the strategy. It wasn't a complete or nearly complete as complete strategy back then, but he still could have been using what I was sharing. He wasn't. He instead wanted to focus on these grand conspiracy theories, and he was a little bit of a J-Spurg, but it was like all this trilateral committees and all this kind of shit. Built a bunker, and had this awesome ass shortwave radio and did all of this intense studying about how to operate all this and under different conditions, and lost his family and then died from old age. What good did he do for himself and the rest of us? Nothing. So I'm not saying that's what you were thinking. I'm just sharing this advice again for everybody listening. You won't believe it, but maybe you will. When COVID came around and I told people, no, the food's not going to all run out. There's going to be food. The food, even though the shelves were going bare, I even took pictures I shared. Food's not going to run out. Don't worry about that. Now is the time. People are scared to spread the stratagem. People in this community still went out and bought numerous freezers and filled freezers with meat. I shit you not. Then they had to throw away tons of the meat as though electricity was going to be available to them, or the fuels to run generators forevermore was going to be available to them. And I'm not being hard on them. I get that it wasn't one couple that did that. I mean, there was a couple that had done in this community, gone now from this community, that had done no farming, zero farming, and decided to become chicken farmers. Even with all of my advice, all of my warnings, all of my track record of being right, they were going to become chicken farmers. And they went out and bought shit tons of chickens because they were going to survive the apocalypse of everything crumbling in America because of COVID and the shutdown. And I just said very simply, I tried to critique them a little bit. I said, where do you get the feed from? They left the community. We have time with which to live these lives and to make ourselves heroes. No one is going to remember that you spent thousands of hours learning how to use shortwave radio and talking to somebody on the tip of Argentina. No one's going to remember that shit. No one's going to care. It's not going to do anything. And again, this isn't for you. I'm talking generally about the whole prepping thing. It's just important because people fall into it. And it's one of these, it's like the conservatives out there, the Republicans, I should say, not conservative, good conservative people, but Republicans will take on these faux foes because it's easy to go battle a communist that doesn't punch back because it's just a ghost. It's faux. It's fake. So they can go after the faux foes, but they don't go after the real anti-whites who will punch back. So in the same vein, this is a safe activity to busy work yourself into oblivion. You're not going to be having the tough conversations with coworkers and family members. You're not going to be focusing on making sure your children grow up to be inoculated, a challenging thing against anti-whiteism. Because you can go in secret and get with a bunch of other goobers in secret and get big books and stack them and toilet paper up along with your will. No one is going to battle you over that. So don't do these kinds of things, please. But yeah, 3 months, 100%. Make sure you can hold down the fort for 3 months. Good question. If you got a question or comment for me, tag me as No White Guilt. I'll be getting to you. Still, I will have my eye out for financial gifts. We're going to start this Twitter space as we get into the Go Free lesson of the day. I'm teaching lessons the entire time. I am your professor. Erudite, as we were just told. Beautiful. I love it. Sophisticated. Occasionally urbane. Mostly down home. Good old boy country. But nevertheless, the kind of guy that the population has been taught to ignore. in favor of every problematic nonsense, I should say, problematic nonsense out there. What do you think of the debate? And we'll just leave it open. You might say to yourself, the debate between Biden and Trump. You might say the debate about whether or not there should be white positivity. Should it all just be a bunch of multiracial Jew hating? Maybe it's the debate about prepping. You get to decide, but you'll also get to decide whether, I think, and next week, I think maybe Spud Ruckus had a victory. We might be celebrating. The champs are just stepping up. But we've got, what do you think about the debate? Up Twitter Space running right now, and we'll be giving folks the microphone to chat. But we're also going to take a look at our Go Free lesson of the day, which is pertinent. It's timely. We've gone over it before, but it's really timely because we here in this community are squished between, in the white sympathetic sphere, between those who are Judeo-centric worshipers and those who are Judeo-centric haters. And in the Judeo-centric haters column, a very large part of that multiracial Jewish person hating group believe or will argue that they are the representatives of white people and that what they're doing is for white people, when none of it is for the good of white people. None of it is for white well-being. And they will make statements like, this is, quote, this is pro-white. We've got to, quote, we've got to be pro-white. We've got to be, quote, for white power, close quote. Those are the kind of statements that they make. And they will argue to people that we need to persuade. Vagues out there. So we are effectively salesmen and women speaking to the prospects, the vagues out there, trying to bring them to white positivity, while these others, these Nazi LARPers, these multiracial Jew haters, they are trying to bring them to some variety of, quote, white power, close quote. On the other side of the spectrum are the cuck content creators who want to say that it's not about race. It's not about race. When we damn well know the anti-whites are literally saying they're coming for white people. We're getting rid of that statue because it's a white guy. White guys are not going to get hired at IBM, at Disney, at all the holdings of these multinational umbrella companies. They're not going to be hired. They're not going to be permitted in the schools. White guys. White guys. So we damn well know. So what are these statements then? These are what we refer to. They're nomenclature. It's a science. But we didn't build this science out more deeply than it needs to be built. That would be clubism. Trust me, over the years, I've come across, you find these clubbists everywhere in the white sympathetic sphere. And they're like children. They want to have, like, first thing we need is a constitution. We need to write a bill of beliefs. We need to have a statement of intent. We need to have, and then they quibble over these things forevermore, and they never get to doing anything productive. We need to draw a flag. They quibble over it forever. Nothing ever gets done. And many clubbists have shown up, and they want to take the actual nomenclature, the science that undergirds the Go Free stratagem, and unnecessarily magnify it and debate it. No, there's no debating. There's no unpacking. We have a strategy that works. The nomenclature facilitates the communication of the proofs and counterproofs. And we go no further. So meme pathogen, MP, meme curative, MC, These are examples of the nomenclature. So these are these statements of white power or pro-white. And remember, what you think about those terms is irrelevant, because what matters is the minds of the prospects, the vades out there. And what are the actionable definitions of those things in their minds? And then on the other side, it's not about race. Now we're going to be squished between these groups from now until November in the election. The reality, here we are at the middle of the year. We've had an epic, and we can pat ourselves on the back for the work for the first half of 2024, the roaring 20s. And we've been making them roar. I mean, accomplishing what we've accomplished, holy shit. With language, my God, out of this world. And we have rocked. If you were to add up all the eyeballs that we've gotten with all of the censorship in the way, both the multiracial Jew haters and the actual anti-whites, and occasionally the the white sympathetic implicits out there who want to prevent us from getting to their audiences as well. You add up all the victories we've had, it's unbelievable. In 6 months. Just think about that. No one else is having any victories. Any victories. You add up the first 6 months, and you really have to be just stupefied to think, it's really to realize that there is no white positive movement. There is no white well-being movement. There is none, because if there were one, we would be getting interviewed every day. We would be the fucking all-stars of it. People would be making like baseball cards of us. They'd be like, do you got a Slaughtz yet? Do you got a first last? Yeah, I got a first last in my latest pack. People would be celebrating. They're not celebrating us because there is no white well-being movement. We are it. There is no community out there who's focused on ending the victimization of white people, because if there was an audience that I'm not saying that there aren't content creators that would love to feed that. I mean, maybe there are, but their audiences that they have to appeal to, that they have to feed in order to make money, get popularity, aggrandizement, etc., are such that that's not what they want. That's not what the clients want, what the customers want. So we are it. If there were such a movement, oh my God, none of us would have time in our days for all the discussions that people would want to be having with us. So what an astonishing series of events that we did here. We are got to make the next 6 months better than the first 6 months. We are going to rock this out of this world. We've seen the starting whistle, or the starting pistol for this horse race between the glue factory horse and the fastest quadruple crown winning racehorse that has ever lived. We have heard the pistol start, and now it begins. 6 months. We have to do what? You're not going to come here to have an immersive storytelling about Trump's battle and the battle for Trump behind the scenes and where are the rebels and where's the empire. That's not what we do, because we're adults. We're not special needs. We're special warfare. We have to get the stratagem, the dialectics and lexicon into the mouths, spoken in the midst of debates, in the midst of rallies, and from the biggest people we can. And we get there like we've been doing when they're not moral enough to pick it up immediately on their own. We get there through their audiences, feeding their audiences this stratagem so that they see that the winds of change are blowing, and they need to use these arguments and concepts as well if they're going to keep the audiences they have, because that's what they care about. That's all they care about in the end. Maybe there'll be opportunities. Maybe you'll have Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk will show up somewhere, and will be an opportunity to have one of us in there and to get up and ask a question that will actually help the white people who hear it, rather than getting up and asking something about Jewish people to make Jewish people look bad, something that will help white people end our victimization. Asking that right there in the heat of a back and forth. I don't know, but these next 6 months, we've got to try to get to as many as we can, because ultimately we don't know for sure that Trump is going to win this. We don't know for sure. So this might be it. He'll still be influential even if he loses. He'll still be influential for years to come, but he'll be very influential. And for him to say anti-whiteism, for him to say white erasure, for him to say these things normalizes and legitimizes for our brothers and sisters in their millions. End of the debate. That's what we need to be doing. So what do we say in response to these two different sides that are going to want to be vying for the attention, making these arguments, these sales pitches, if you will, to our brothers and sisters out there? The easiest MC retort, meme curative retort, is that it is about white victimization. It is about white victimization. Now, this can be varied for the, this is directionally what you want to do. It can be varied for the circumstance. It is about white victimization. It's not about race. It's about white victimization, you say in response. The anti-whites, they openly say, no white men, because of this, the statue has, white men, this has to change. Coming on time, white men came up with that, it's got to go. It is about victimizing white people. So you make sure, and we're going to be running more and more advertisements too, getting to our ordinary moral brothers and sisters out there so that they can see that we can defend against our victimization without having to assume the role of the villain in the anti-white narrative, without having to victimize non-white people to achieve our well-being. The same thing holds true when the more multiracial, Jewish-hating people show up and they want to say, quote, it's about white power. Same thing. It's about white victimization. Again, directionally, you can alter it for the context somewhat, but you don't want to change that direction. So I'm going to see what you all are saying. Go free lesson of the day. See what you're saying on this. You could share your thoughts on this. You could share your thoughts on anything else. And in particular, if you saw something about the debate, if you think that, if you agree with me or you disagree with me, that the most powerful moment of that debate was when Trump stepped out of the debate metaphorically and said to the viewers, this is a sham that we're putting on here to legitimize this guy running for office. Everyone knows that. That, I believe, was the most powerful moment. Maybe you think there's a different moment that was more powerful. Let me know. Let me see on Twitter if anybody has tagged me. We got somebody over there saying it doesn't work out well to unify white people. Which way are you going? That it can't be done, or that it hasn't been done before, or that white people? So I don't know whether you're like an anti-white saying if white people work for white well-being, then non-white people die, or if you're saying that nobody else has been able to unify white people yet. So you'll have to tag me, let me know. Ali Ritchie, hello and welcome. Says winning with explosions and happy emojis for all of our victories. Very good. Glad to hear it. Who else do we have here? Did I miss anybody on entropy? I don't think so. And we look okay there. Let me look over here on the thread. I'll make my way back around to YouTube and the mic. We have nobody on Rumble. It's tagged me. This distance for these monitors are not so great for glasses or without. Looks like we have a couple of comments under the thread. So let me see who we have jumping in over there. Telling me somebody is spam. Martin says he's reading a book about what happened to the American Indians, looking for lessons for us. You're not going to, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, you're not going to find anything there that will help us. The lessons, the things that are working, scientifically proven, are right here in the Go Free Stratagem. You can get the book at nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com with a signature, but you can get it cheaper. You can get an audio version, although the audio version excludes the whole entire back of the book, the entire appendix, but you can get it digitally. You can get it from Amazon cheaper. Head on over to Amazon. Go Free, a guide for aligning with the archetype of Western kind. This is probably why the Twitter said it was probable spam, because Michael here says, "You're a Joe. You're a Joe." Oh my God. That's Michael. Wow. What a great accusation, big guy. Although I smell you might have made a duty. Köhne says, your last name sounds Jewish. Köhne is a German last name. And he said, and you look like a Jew. Boy. And he says, and you don't like Nazis. Clearly a Jew. The dues. What else does he have to say? What other brilliant takes are there? You're supposed to be for whites. Yeah, that's why we end the victimization of white people, Michael. You are after victimizing Jewish people on the basis of their birth. That's not what we do here. Stop confusing your victimizing of Jewish people with our ending the victimization of white people. He says, very suspicious that you want to end the victimization of white people rather than victimize Jewish people. He says, very suspicious. Yeah. Well, you're using Jew as a slander, Michael. There on Twitter. Using Jew as a slander on Twitter. We have over here, Spartan has donated 1 ice cream of cryptocurrency. And we have a request from Mike. I'll be passing it over in just a moment. And I'm not sure. I think Board Troll, I think that was from last. I'll read these anyhow. Board Troll, a lemon of cryptocurrency. Thank you. Says Biden is playing 4D chess. Maybe not Biden, but maybe Jill. Maybe handlers behind the scenes. I think Biden is having a hard time wiping his ass. So 4D chess, probably not likely. Timmy Bobinson donated that's the diamond. I think that was from the other day, wasn't it? Or is it a new diamond? A diamond of cryptocurrency. Thank you. He says, hello, NWG brothers and sisters. God bless you all over there on DLive. Thank you so much. On Odyssey, do we have any tags? Any new tags? Nope, doesn't look like it. No financial gifts over there, no tags. But hello to everybody watching on Odyssey. We'll swivel back around and we'll take a look at YouTube, and then we will pass the mic over as we reach the final 30 minutes of our Going Free gathering, which is different from everything else. I understand. I get it. Different from everything else that is happening and has happened in the white sympathetic sphere. Okay. Didn't miss anybody there. Proud Infidel has this to say. Do you see the political change across Europe as a positive change? Yes and no. It's a great question. Because of, like we were talking about earlier, what is motivating the steps that we are evaluating as positive, and to what degree? And also positive in what nature? The motivations, if the motivations are not white well-being, if the motivations are not, if these steps are not taking place as a not implied but outright statement pushing back against a creed, a credo, pushing back against anti-whiteism, then the positivity for me is much lower, because everything that has gone before has been defeated by anti-whiteism. What do I say everything? What do I mean? The arguments, the vehicles, those two broad categories right there. So I don't see yet anti-whiteism motivating these steps, or the opposition to anti-whiteism motivating these steps. But I see that what's positive is that our people are getting fed up and really struggling to find a way to push back against anti-whiteism. So they're looking, and where they can, they're coming together with others that are seeking. That means that we can be there for them. And if these first lukewarm positive steps against anti-whiteism get empowered with an understanding of the victimizing ideology and therefore their victimizers, then we can take massive positive steps in Europe. So that's how I see it. Thank you for the question. Cassie says, is so much better. Wouldn't want anything else. I guess maybe to something I said. Anti-White Out says, Jason always inspires me to want to have a beautiful white baby. Wonderful sentiment. With your kind of Saxony says, it's mostly the Jaysbergs who started during did you mean Charlottesville? Telling people to quit their jobs, abandon everything you'd worked for. I'm glad I listened to you back then. Yeah, probably that's what you're talking about, Charlottesville. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you listened to me too. That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they, I mean, there was just a massive doxing of all these poor, as we say down south, sons of bitches who bought into the Nazi LARP, the multiracial Jew hating, and joined what they thought was a political party, even had the name party in it. There was never any hope of that. It was an anti-white op, an anti-white operation. Now they're ruined. The people that got doxed. They all turned on each other. They stole each other's money. This is the way it happens every single time. Anti-whites financing, anti-whites behind the scenes, feds involved either starting it or they get into such groups and organizations every time. And the people ruin their lives. And then they'll say things like, well, that's the sacrifice for this gallant battle that we're in. Life has to be ruined. No, you're now gelded. You can't do anything for white people. That's the exact opposite of what we want. If you actually want to help white people, but they don't. They don't. It's just the multiracial Jew-hating spurgs. That's all they want people to. They are not the white well-being movement. They do not want to end our victimization. Thank you for your comments and questions. Thank you for sticking with us. Brother, I still remember the day when you first talked about the dude who invested all his money into toilet paper. You remember that? I was working out on the treadmill and set a new personal record. That's fantastic. Yeah. With you kind of Saxony. Very cool, man. Very cool. Absolutely. Look, I mean, that's just like me. When I hear something that is true and informs the glorious objective of ending our victimization, bing, I immediately adopt, investigate. And that's what he's like, I'm not going to end up like that. I'm not going to end up buying all that damn toilet paper that rots away, losing my family. I'm going to make a difference in this world. And then bam, sets a personal record on the treadmill. Epic. Omni Bozak says, instead of Westman as the name for a girl middle name, West Lynn. I love it. I love it. Wouldn't that be crazy? If we have all these white kids, like all the Arabs have Mohammed, and somewhere in their name is Westman on the little boy and Westland for the little girls. Cool. I mean, shit, you could do that now with your kids. If you got them on the right track and they're pushing back and they're going to grow up to be men and women of the West, you could make a name change. That's no big deal. You could toss that in. Love it. Thank you, everybody, for celebrating. Going to pass the mic over in just a minute. Leonard asking, would you fight for the country if World War III or a civil war breaks out? And what would you do I guess, if the answer is no? Flee the country to evade the draft. Tough questions there, because what you're asking is to evade the draft and potentially go to jail. Hypothetical question. If we get closer to an actual war that would require the draft in any of our countries, I think we could focus a little bit more on the productive ways to deal with that. But on, I think, maybe like the emotional intent of the question, the country's not mine. The country's not yours. If you're white in a Western country, the countries are in us. The people that would send us to war are anti-white. So I wouldn't be fighting for my country if I was compelled to go fight for the United States somewhere, if that makes sense. All right, let's pass the mic over. Who do we have? The great Slaughtz is first, and then we got the White Baron too. First to Slaughtz.
Hello, brother.
Hey, man, how's it going? What's on your mind?
Hey, so, you don't look like the stereotype that Hollywood makes about advocates for white people, so you're very suspicious,
Well, that's true. That's true. That's very true, actually. No wonder that guy was like, that's suspicious. You don't look like an actual, half Jewish guy, like the one that was just leading the group that fell apart and turned on itself and got doxxed. You don't actually look that way. So clearly you're suspicious, but yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify my earlier tag about Biden and the debate and what the anti-whites, why they're panicking about the debate. The anti-whites are not going to get a different candidate because they are selfish individualists. And they have a reputation of supporting Biden for months. And if they abandon that reputation, it affects them personally versus if they try to make excuses and they make a tantrum about you calling them out, that is at least rescuing the idea that they're totally without moral scruple. Like they're so foregone and dumb that
right
they called out. So throwing a tantrum is what they're do.
Right. That's a great
call
point.
them out. But yeah. And if they can get away with it, they'll keep trying to excuse it, but they're going to keep throwing tantrums whenever, pressure is on.
Yeah, great point. Great point. So then we're going to see more and more tantrums out of these folks.
Yeah. I don't have much else to say about it. I mean, I did watch it. I think I watched it because I wanted to see the train wreck. Biden. I was like, I sent a tweet out saying, "Help me! I shouldn't be watching this. It's totally useless." But at the same time, I wanted to see the entertainment. When Biden came out on stage, he was like a lost dog, like a lost squirrel. So immediately a disaster for him looking around the stage.
I know. That's the very first thing I noticed too. He's like, and I don't know what he said. I don't think anybody did, but he's like, and he like points, like that's where he's supposed to go, and probably needed a nod from someone. Yes, we just told you. But yeah.
I don't know if you saw the ending. Did you see that he walked off the stage wrong?
Well, I saw Jill had to help him.
He walked up to the moderators.
Oh, yeah.
Right after the debate, and Trump walked off to the side.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
It's probably not a big flub. They can spin that as, he's just trying to be nice, even though it's totally against Western standards of decorum.
Right.
And disrespectful. So.
Yeah. He wanted to thank them for their obvious impartiality.
Yeah, right. One thing I wanted to bring up. It's not debate related anymore. It's something entirely different. But this anti-white meme pathogen of privilege is just severely destructive. And so I'm always trying to think of different angles on it, and I want to get your input on one of the meme curatives that I think is near perfect, but the issue is that the audience of it are going to believe the anti-white narrative first if I say it. And there's the anti-white objection about white people are fine, even though they're not. So I wanted to bring up this MC to see what you might have what ideas you might have towards it that might improve it.
All right.
So the MC is: the anti-white cure to privilege is holding white people's security hostage.
Okay, say it one more time.
The anti-white cure to privilege is holding white people's security hostage.
Nice. What do you think are the strengths and or weaknesses?
So the weakness was that if an anti-white were to say, there's no problem with white security, they're like trying to speak for white people's well-being. And if it's a white anti-white, then they're going to have some more success than a non-white anti-white. But even the non-white anti-white will still be able to intimidate the audience of that MC into saying, "Oh yeah, they're fine. I still have my blankie and AC in the office.
Yeah.
So I don't see any problem." And that's the weakness of it. And I don't think like a fragility argument is the biggest weakness there. It's more the authority argument from the anti-white. It's the authority on what the state of the affairs is. The fragility argument would be dismissed by there is no injury without fragility. I mean, that cuts that off. So,
yeah.
The strengths of it, it's about reframing the entire premise of privilege into pointing out that you're taking the humanity of white people and you're trying to use that as a bargaining chip against the heretics to anti-whiteism. You're trying to, and that's pointing it out to them with that statement. You're holding white people's security hostage for this heretic trial, heretic witch hunt of heretics to anti-whiteism. So that's the strength of it. It reframes it as, it's about us. But the issue is the authority. The anti-white narrative is everywhere.
Right.
Kind of.
Right. Well, initially I like it, and I'll think on it. And if folks in the who are watching live or in replay, they have any thoughts, please share them. You can share it in the live chat and or the thread of the video on YouTube once it's posted. And try it out, folks. Try it out in conversations online, or if you have an opportunity in the real world, and see how people respond to that. But I'm eager to find out the kind of results that people get. But initially, I like it.
Yeah, I hope it's good, but I hope it yields some success. I know that the anti-whites I engage with every day over here where I live is not going to, it's not going to fly. So I have to keep in mind the feverish anti-whiteism where I live, and that's always raising my standard of what is pristine for our people. So,
amen to that. Amen. And thank you for all your service to white well-being. Absolutely magnificent, brother. Big salutes to you.
Thank you, brother.
I mean, this is, you can hang out on here, just mute yourself. And we're going to get on to Baron White, who's with us. Epic guy. But I just wanted to say, I mean, look at the actual champions. We've made actual champions. They come with all the requisite talents and have made ground down the road to whatever degree, but they end up here and we all make each other. I'm much better. We all make each other better by bouncing all of the stratagem off each other and all of our experiences. And so we literally, not figuratively, we literally have produced knights. We literally have produced special warfare operators, people who are heroes in their own right, in their own sub-stories of our people's story. It's an amazing thing. I mean, you got Slaughtz tonight. He's going out and he is promulgating the lexicon and dialectics in his life. He is pondering new MCs for different circumstances and experimenting with them. He financially gifted $100 tonight. I mean, this is like the way that you actually contest something that a people finds objectionable, is you create heroes. And it's like I've said before, where the pressure of anti-whiteism has put so much weight, pressure and heat on us that the carbon of our people is producing diamonds. These people are the diamonds. Everyone else, they're still just black, dirty bits that if touch your clothing, never comes out. Let me pass it over here to Baron White, who is with us from down under. The struggle is worldwide. When you see you have the mic, brother, you can unmute and share your thoughts. And as we wait to hear Baron's voice come through the speaker, you muted yourself now. Unmute and try to talk.
Yep.
There you are, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
There we go. Okay, all good. Welcome everyone. So before I start talking about what I wanted to talk about initially, it's not about the debate at all, but one that I had with my friends, I guess you could call it. But yeah, so I want to thank again Lockie Lunder, Lovely Porridge, George, and Robert for joining in for our Aussie GF training sessions. It's been awesome. It's been glorious. Just Jason articulated earlier, and it would not be running, and the success that we're having would not happen if you guys don't show up. And then also a good big thank you to Jim from the Australia First Party for always making it to every Aussie Go Free training that he can. And also you, Jason, as well, for attending as well. That's been very, very appreciative as well. Anyway, now that that's out of the way, so recently, well, a while back, I think I called him that I was coming up with a question that I've been trying to articulate the best way to say it, but I think I found the best way to say it, but I tested it on my friends recently at a dinner when we had a conversation. So the question is that I asked them, what is your identity? So my friends, they're all white, you know, the same age as me, guys. So before I tell you what their responses to that question, so they're all vagues, just that as well, just for some context. But if I asked you, Jason, and also you community members as well, what is the first thing that pops to your mind when I say, what is your identity? Like, who are you? What is the first thing that you say?
Well, me, I obviously am a man of the West. That's the very first thing that appears to me. So in other words,
that's it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'm a white person.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, I mean, that's better than what they said. See, to me, that's the correct answer. That is the healthy answer to say, because I would say I'm a man of the West as well. I'm a member of Western kind, because to me, my understanding is what you are is essentially what you can't change. Like, so to put you into perspective, I'll give you their answers. So friend one told me that, oh, I'm Josh, and I'm an individual like Josh who has my own philosophies and my own, you know, whatever. So basically he identifies as a name. Okay. Friend two, his response was, I don't know. And then friend three said, oh, I identify with all those little occasions and all those little moments in my life that I enjoy. For example, having a coffee in the morning. So he identifies as an act of pleasure. So then you ask yourself, okay, how do we get to this state of anti-whiteism? How did anti-whiteism get this bad? We don't have a fucking people. So when these people are confronted with anti-whiteism, for example, they would be thinking, well, that's not Josh. That's not me being victimized, so I won't do anything because I can flee that. Yes. And then they're the very same people who'll be saying, well, that's not my cup of coffee that I'm getting that's being attacked, so meh, I don't have to do anything because that ain't me. And then the dude who doesn't know what the hell he is doesn't identify with anything. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I just got really, because that leads me to my question that initially I want to ask you for advice on is, so when I got these responses, I kind of got pretty pissed off because I don't know, like I wanted to kind of lead them down because I said to them after that, well, I'm a Westman because ultimately that's something I can't change, but I don't know. I kind of got a bit aggressive about it because what happened was the conversation turned to that. They were trying to. I can't remember exactly how the conversation went on the top of my head, but they were basically trying to argue, oh, you should hear the other side of the story. To the anti-whiteism, you should hear the anti-whites arguments. And to me, I'm like, well,
You still there? You were about to tell us your thoughts to their argument that you should hear the anti-whites out. And I guess you were referring to the accusations maybe that the anti-whites were making. Maybe mute yourself again and then unmute and see if that works. I'm not, otherwise, yeah, I don't see anything wrong on my end about your connection.
I can't hear it either.
Yeah, I can't hear it. Maybe try to, if it's not coming back, drop off and then rejoin and request. Oh, there you go. You've muted now. Okay, unmute and see if we can hear you again. Nope. Oh, it's because now it says connecting. Very interesting as Barron reconnects here. I think it's really fascinating. It's a great point that he's making, that white people, and I talk about this in Crucible, that white people will choose all of these other identities. And then when anti-whiteism is inflicted on us, they do exactly what Barron has found, and it's adroitly, just brilliantly, I love it, is that they'll say, well, it's not me, I'm a leisurist. It's not me, I think I give the example of what used to be called, I guess they're still probably around, metalheads. It's not me because I'm just into heavy metal music. It's not me because I'm something else, but it is you. If you're white, it is you. Anti-whiteism seeks to victimize you. And this claim that you are something other than what you cannot change. And I love the way that Barron put that together. That was brilliant. Your identity is what you can't change. It's what I said a couple of weeks ago. It's what you're born with. Nothing else. You're born with the biospirit of the West. So brilliant. Brilliantly said.
I also want to bring up that these individualists, they don't have the same reaction to a white person being victimized as a non-white person being victimized. Even if they have this so-called individual identity, they're still infected with anti-whiteism.
Yeah, precisely. Def. I see Barron is back. Let's see if I can give you the mic or request it. I guess that might be the best way. Let's see. I have given you the request for you to take the mic, and we'll see if you can't. We'll have you swash through this coming Sunday if you can. And there you are. Go ahead.
I don't know when I got cut off because I'm on my phone and it went to the screensaver. So I don't know. I think it exited me from the. I don't know where I left off.
You left off right where you were going to give your response to them saying they had to hear anti-whites out.
Yes. Oh, well, right. So was that the bit where I was like, oh yeah, my response to it, or?
Yes, you were getting ready to say your response.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. I just said, I was trying to remember exactly what it was, but it was basically under the lines that white well-being is not negotiable. Are you telling me that I have to hear to the arguments from anti-whites, people who seek my harm and the erasure of my people? Oh, I'm sorry, our people? Like, I was basically under that because the main question that followed from this conversation that I had was because I later on I kind of got them to understand where I was coming from, because you got to think these babes, yet again, based on their responses, they don't see ourselves as a people. So when they see you being passionate about our victimization, they don't understand it, because their name, their emotion, or they don't know what the hell they are. So it kind of turns them off a bit in a way. You know what I mean? Because if you be really passionate like me, so anyway, well, the way that I articulated it to them later that I thought of was, it's basically how I see our victimization and our people is the same way as you trying to tell me that you've got to, if people are trying to make arguments on why your mum should be raped or why your children should be abused, would you hear those people's arguments? Would you give them the space and the time to try and justify those things about your loved ones? Hell no. And that's how I feel our people. I see my people, because I see them as family, and they got that. But I that was later when my mind was a bit cooler. But basically, anyway, I want to seek some advice on how you can keep your cool during these conversations when, you know, to not be too passionate where it comes across as aggressive towards them. Because that's how it kind of developed for me, because I felt like, you know, that's a healthy response. But I want to be able to control that better.
Well,
so I wonder what you know. Yeah.
Can you come back to Swash through next Sunday?
Yeah, actually, I think I should be able to, yeah.
All right. We'll answer that question then, because we are literally out of time right now. But
no worries.
That's a fantastic and good on you to succeed there in the midst of that tug of war over our people. Well done. Very impressed. This guy Barron, folks, absolute ass-kicking champion. We had James asking about a meme curative for Snowflake. We'll have to get back to you on that. Very easy to just say it's an anti-white slur, because it depends on the direction of the use of that word snowflake. But it's a great question, James. Come back next Sunday, and we will address it. And apologies to anybody whose comments we missed, but we are hitting a hard wall when it comes to Spreaker for later publishing the audio. But it is a glorious 6 months. There is a glorious 6 months ahead of us, during which we are going to continue to change and rock the world with the great work that we're doing with these champions, these true diamonds in the rough. And you'll hear a lot of people elsewhere making big claims and immersing people in nonsense, but you won't see the differences, the changes in the world that you're seeing here. A big thank you to everybody who's participating in service to white well-being. This is the 6 months. This is the time to take a breath and then floor it, because the next 6 months are going to be a big 6 months. A lot of unexpected things, I'm sure, are on the way. But we are going to be the community ready, because we have people functioning with morality, with backbone, with the strategy, the Go Free stratagem that defeats anti-whiteism. The successes are on the table. More to come. Keep your eyes open. The future is ours. I love you all. Let's go free.